bringing you all the action from the British Championships. Taking you behind the scenes. Giving you top tips to succeed in every discipline. Showcasing the best equipment. And much, much more. Visit motorsportuk.tv today and make sure you never miss a moment.
Good morning from a very, very sunny Castle Combe Circuit. We are here for the final round of the British Sprint Championship, as well as several other championships that are concluding today as well. We've got some cameras out on the circuit for you, and at the moment we are running in Class A2, which is the start of the timed runs for today's competition. So we've completed practice. Now we've still got a few problems with some of the cameras, so there is a little bit of glitching, and for that I apologise. You've also just got me on the microphone because Mike's off trying to fit a cable, which I think is a little bit damp. Anyway, fortunately we do have Archie on the cameras over at the S's, so he is providing some footage from there, and by the looks of things this might be epic timing. We have a red flag on track. Now let me see, looking across the cameras, can we see any cars that are not where they should be? I can't really see the screens, although those ones cover in front of me. No, I really can't see anyone on track, so I don't know where they're heading for. The clerk has headed out on track to go and have a look at something here. So we've seen the cars go over Avon Rise, but I haven't seen what's caused it. So yeah, they are stopped at Avon Rise. Ah yes, we have number 72 is in the in the wall there by the looks of things. That's a shame. So who is number 72? Number 72 is Nick Angrave. He is our MX5 champion for this year. So I don't know what's gone on there. So hopefully he's just hopping out the car. We'll keep you posted. The recovery truck is on its way up, so that's to recover his car there. Nick's decided to run his Elise today. So let's have a look at where he was in practice for starters. So in practice he did a 174.85, which was pretty quick actually. Yeah, he was leading the class in practice by some considerable margin. Okay, well, let's have a chat. Nick is out of the car by the looks of things. Yep, he is on the tiny little screen here. He's having a little chat with the medical guys, so he's absolutely fine. He's just taken his helmet off now. That's good news. So let's talk about the first classes we've had out this morning then. So first we had Class A0, which is our junior drivers. Rebecca Chalice in the MGZR did a 2:07.81 in practice. It was quite damp then, in fairness, and she's improved quite considerably to a 1:94.43 in her first time run. I'm sure, judging by the huge amount of sunshine out the window, she's probably going to improve later as well. In Class A1, the up to 1400cc class, Julian Rinaldi was quickest in practice and went quickest still in the first timed run in his Ford Fiesta. He's on a 1:72.06 ahead of Andrew Till on a 1:79.27. Paul Plant's in third place there on a 1:93.24. Now we are partway through the running on A3, so currently Mark Tooth is leading A3 in his Lotus Elise on a 1:76.64. David Bisp has also had a run and done a 1:90.38 in second. Nick, we know, has had a bit of a problem at Quarry Corner, and by the looks of things we might have to adjust the tyre barriers slightly. The Tonka Toys just heading up. Donald Gay and Christopher Wells were red flagged during that, and Claire Tooth is yet to run. I can see she is down in the pit lane, having just picked up the car from Mark. So that's as far as we've got so far this morning. After this we'll be moving through the road car classes. So we'll have A3, which is 1800 to 2.6 litre engines, and then the unlimited class of A4, which also includes, I think this is a debut for any event in the UK, but we've got Hyundai Ioniq 5N, the sporty electric one. That's Dave Broadway in the unlimited class there, so we'll see how that goes later on. He's done very well in the past in his Tesla Model 3 Performance. Then there's Class A6 also in road, which is the MX-5 Challenge. They run at the end of the order after the British Championship competitors, and we've just seen them do their practice runs. Ben Marshall is not leading. They're not in a timed order. So in fact Nick Angrave was leading that. In fact, he's not the champion yet, is he? There's me getting everything completely muddled up. He has to win today to be champion. Now, that's going to be an interesting conundrum. We'll see how that pans out later on. So he was fastest this morning in the wet. He is very good in the wet. And he was followed by Phil Oliver, who is also aiming for the championship today, and Ben Marshall, the reigning champion. Hugh Bowen actually doing really well right behind Ben Marshall. He's bound to be happy today with that performance in practice. And followed by James Herford in his NB, which is the older car, Aaron Sharp and Rob Fisher. So we'll see how that pans out later on as it dries out. That's bound to be exciting. Then we will move on to the specialist road cars. That's our Caterham 7s, Silver Strikers, that sort of thing. Now we don't have a time for Mike Smith or Andrew O'Malley. Andrew's been texting me this morning, so I'm guessing he's been texting from home. And I'm guessing he's not here. He did have a problem with the car earlier in the week, and I think he got distracted fitting a new garage door. So that will leave us with Patrick Holmes and Graham Holdstock to run there. But in the Unlimited, we do have 3 cars, a Westfield, an Exige, which I'm pretty certain will be the nicest sounding car here today, and a Westfield. Then we'll move on to the modified classes. We've got Peter Cruz and his Mini in the up to 1400 class. Then in the 1400 to 1800s, we've got several competitors, including the double-driven car of John and Tony Lannon in the Saxo VTS. I think we'll see how they get on. And then there's the Unlimited modified class, which has quite an entry. In fact, I think that's the biggest modified Unlimited class I've seen for quite some time. In fact, there's so many I can't I'm actually going to have to count. And there's 11 competitors in that class, which is brilliant stuff. And then in the modified specialist production, we have an Audi TT, which doesn't feel like it's necessarily in the right class, against Tim Monk and his Fisher Fury. In Sports Libre, we have a glut of Radicals and an Imp, a space-framed Imp. So that'll be interesting to see. And then in the Unlimited Libre, we've got a Honda Civic of Martin Dover. I'm guessing he's had an engine replacement, and that's put him into Sports Libre. And then we'll move on to the racing car classes. We've got an up to 1100 class. We've got the double-driven car of Tony and Ben Bomfield there. Then we've got the 1100 to 1600 class. We've got a few runners there. Then we've got Philip Montgomery Smith in the up to 2 litre class. And then we have the Unlimited class, which strangely Steve Miles is in. In fact, I wonder if we've got all of the no, that isn't all of the British Championship bundled in one. I'm puzzled at everyone being in E4 here on the timing screens. But anyway, that gives us our reigning champion Pete Goulding, our outgoing champion in fact, and our new champion too. So that's what we've got coming up. I can see Nick's Lotus coming in to the paddock now. You can have a look. There's a fair bit of fiberglass damage. Hopefully nothing too serious. Although the fiberglass pieces on an S2 Elise can be a little bit pricey, so I hope that isn't too expensive for him. The clerk of the course is still up at Quarry Corner, checking on the state of the barriers. I think they've got the Tonka toy out there, have they? I think so. So we might be a little while yet. Right, so we do have a while to wait on the barrier repairs. They think they're going to be about 30 minutes. So what we're going to do is break for lunch, and that will get the marshals time to get fed and back out on post, and then we'll carry on with the event in the afternoon. So we're going to come back at around about 12:45 with the competition, and we might drop in a bit of a paddock walk to keep you going, seeing as you've only had a few minutes of competition before we've had to stop. So stand by, we'll be with you shortly. Go in and queue up and get your lunch and I'll join you, alright? Just say your name and that pays for it. Okay, I have no idea if anyone can hear this. So, apologies if you can't, you won't know that I'm speaking. So these are the top cars in the British Championship. Sort of stuff that you can see if you come down. 2020 champion. Bit polished, that make it go faster. John Howden's fourth. Pete Goulding, last year's champion. Right, Pete, problems?
A little bit. GT, no, the O-rings on them.
Oh yeah,
Not O-ring, but the
seal.
seal. It's squashed down too much. As I was braking, I was smoking on it. It's
Yeah.
pressure blows it out of there.
Yeah.
So I've just, I've just got a spare one. It's sticking in the black girl, really.
Fair enough, that makes sense.
Hopefully that'll do.
Cool, alrighty, I'll leave you to it. A very similar car, another Miguel EcoBoost. This one used to be red. Very nice looking car. Field Jedi. Hey mate, you alright? Move on round here then. Phil Montgomery Smith's car. Still back to Mark.
Something stops and starts. The line already stopped again. So stop, going back in. So switch it.
This one's for Gersten, I'm guessing. Nah, don't forget to start the camera. Round over here. See what else we got. Hello mate, you alright? Not too bad, how are you getting on? You are live on the stream at the moment. I don't know if the audio is working though, because there's only me at the moment. So, I don't know. If you look on YouTube, you might see yourself going. I'll see you in a bit, mate. Nigel Smith, if you can hear me, I don't know. Not what I can do about it if you can't. I don't think you can, but you know. Hello, you alright? Yeah, not too bad. I've no idea if the audio's working, so you may be on the stream, you may not. Yeah, sorry about that. Alright. I don't know if the audio's working or not. Emma's trying to call me, but I'm using the phone to do a live stream. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. Okay. Mike, can you do this and I'll get you some lunch? And I'll get her lunch as well. We're back at 12:45, so
Oh, are you? Oh, what? Oh, is it lunch now?
yeah. What do you fancy?
I'll come in a second.
Alright.
I don't know what they've
I'll
got
get
there.
her sorted then
Yeah.
and go from there. Yeah, I've done the second seat rounds down. I just walked around each of them.
Go on, you're right. I'm not fully in control of this thing. Mind of its own. Hello, mate. Yeah. How you doing? I'm good. How are you? Yeah. How's things out? All right. Yeah. Just did a bit of had a walk for the live stream. Three. So, what the back said, what the back said, we started to see we're entering this year, 56.
I'll run upstairs and switch over then.
Oh yeah. Hang on.
Yeah, and then you can grab lunch.
make you handsome devil. Are you?
Okay then, we are back after our lunch break. Apologies for the well, let's be honest, everything happening. The unintentional lunch break, and I'm not sure if you had any audio whilst we were walking around the paddock at lunchtime. Fingers crossed. Well, in fact, I don't know. Fingers crossed if you did or didn't. It's probably best you didn't. We will be going back into the competition shortly. I can see the cars are queued up in the pit lane. If I can switch to the right one. My assistants are still having their lunch, so I'm currently operating cameras and everything. So if I stop speaking for a bit, apologies. I can see Hill Climb Brothers said audio is working. That was probably over lunch, so that's good news.
Are you sorted? Did that work?
Okay, so we talked through before the lunch break whether what we were going to be running through after lunch. I think we'll be starting with the remainder of A2, which is our 1400 to 1800cc road cars. I have spoken to the clerk of the course just now, and he spoke to Nick Angrave, who was the driver who crashed there, and he is absolutely fine, and he's been cleared to compete this afternoon because he is the one driver here who is driving in two different classes. So he is also out in the MX5 Challenge later on. So we'll see him back out shortly, but it's great news that he is absolutely fine and able to continue competing. So we'll see him in a bit, and no doubt shortly we'll be back underway. And hold on, I think there's someone there is someone walking through the paddock. You can just see in the background walking in front of the ambulance with an ice cream. I mean, I'm wearing shorts, but that's ridiculous. Answers on a postcard as to why he's doing that. Blimey. Now, I was hopeful that we'd have your comments coming up here, but they are not here at the moment, which is slightly frustrating. Let me restart that there, and hopefully we will get all of that back. It helps if I connect the chat. There we go. So hopefully we are now in a good position to receive your messages so we can put them on screen. Do let us know if you're supporting anyone in particular today, or if there's anyone you're excited to look at. Last time out, the British Sprint Championship was decided, so we won't be crowning a champion today. However, there are still several championships that will be decided today. So let me, if I can find the correct place, I will be able to tell you which championships are competing today. So we've talked about the British Sprint Championship, which went to Chris Jones last time out at Anglesey. We've got the ASWMC Sprint Championship. I actually don't know what the scores are in that at the moment, but I can quickly find out. We've also got the Bristol Speed Championship, which I should know a bit about as the coordinator for that championship. So this is a championship that covers all of the rounds, all of the events that Bristol Motor Club runs at either sprints or hill climbs. So that means this year there are 2 rounds at Castle Combe. This is the second. The first was a Dick Mayo sprint earlier in the year. There were also 2 rounds at Landau near Cardiff and a double header at the 5 Clubs Wiscombe hill climb down near Honiton. And this year it is the best 4 scores in that championship that determine the champion. And let's see if I can organise my screen a little better and I can tell you some more useful information. Right, let's get that ASWMC Sprint Championship up and I can tell you the current standings there. This is a multi-class championship. So there are, each driver scores relative to the class record in that class. So in the rain everyone scores a little bit less, but in the sunshine things go well. Now let's see if I can find the championship positions. Here we go. It has not been updated online since some time ago, but Ben Bonfield was leading after Landau, but we've had a double-header Portreath and Clay Pigeon last weekend as well since then. So I'm not sure where he sits at the moment, but he's been scoring 21s and 22s, which means he's been breaking class records and dominating the class quite frequently, which does not surprise me at all. So going back to which championships are part of today's event, We've also got the Welsh Sprint and Hill Climb Championship, and they are slightly out of their comfort zone. They've been over the bridge this morning. We've also got the Bristol MX5 Challenge, which is probably going to be the closest competition we'll see today. I just bumped into Phil Oliver, who's hoping to win it today, but then he's got to wrestle that from Nick Angrave. And we've just had a car off the line by the looks of things. And my camera operator has just arrived back. Brilliant. Right, so now we are back underway. It's probably sensible that I give you some times on screen. There we go. And that might help me too.
Okay, so I don't want them right at the bottom of the frame because
Okay. Okay, so we do have times back here now. So we are back on class A2. So we've had Donald Gay finish in 169.12, which is 400ths behind Christopher Wells on a 169.08. That's a remarkably close battle. The weather has improved. It's dried out a bit over lunch, so I think Mark Tooth and David Bisp have lost out a bit over their earlier times. And out on track now we have Claire Tooth, who's just shot past me into Folly. She's heading up to Avon Rise now, so I'd expect her to be doing quite well when she comes across the line. She was just behind Christopher Wells in practice. And then also on track now, passing me at the moment, is Andrew Feekins. in the Clio 172 Cup. He's done a 76.7 as his first lap, and Claire has done a 76.1, both of which are a fair bit quicker than Christopher Wells, so I think we're going to see some new times at the top of the leaderboard. Oh, was that a lock-up or a bit of water on the entry there? That was David Feekins in the Clio 182. Managed an 84.96 on the first lap. There we go, Claire Tooth to the top of the leaderboard in her Lotus Elise. Well, in Mark's Lotus Elise, which she is happily borrowing. So 165.30. So the track still not dry yet from the times. But that puts her in a very good position relative to the others who've finished so far. And there, going over Avon Rise, is Gareth Monk in the Clio RS 197. Gareth's on his first lap, chasing down David Feekins in the Clio 182, who is on his second lap at the moment. There we go, just off the line is Jeff Bryant in the Mini John Cooper Works. So these cars are all now in Class A3, which is 1800 to 2.6 litre cars. And these are mostly normally aspirated 2 litre cars and a sprinkling of turbocharged 1.8 and 1.6 litre cars. So we'll see things like the Ford Fiesta ST and the Toyota GR Yaris shortly. So David Feekins finished in a 179.89. Hugh Elliott in the Abarth 124 Spider is currently leading on a 163.23, followed by Andrew Feekins on a 164.99. Next to finish will be Gareth Monk, but he's just coming out of quarry by the looks of things. Yep, and there we go, that's Jeff Bryant in the Mini Cooper Works, heading on to lap 2, an intermediate time of 84.12, which is slightly quicker than David Feekins. Oh, we have a missed gear there for somebody. Who was that? That was a Civic Type R of Joshua Baxter. He's going to rue that right at the beginning of the straight here, because he's done a fantastic 76.9 first split. There he is over Avon Rise. And next to pass me here is car number 61 of Martin Saunders, another Clio, this time an RS200. First lap of 79.46. Gareth Monk has finished in his similar Clio RS197 in a 168.89, splitting David and Andrew Feekins and popping up into third place. And off the line is Matt Nichols, chairman of Bristol Motor Club, in his Toyota GT86. There he is, heading over Avon Rise now. That's a fair amount of experience in Class A3. He's competed in it quite a few times in a lot of different cars. Mary Elliott in a Bath 124 Spider there, leaving the line. There we go. Making our way up through Folly towards Avon Rise. So Jeff Bryant finishes in a 180.48, just a few tenths behind David Feekins. We've also had Joshua Baxter finish in his Clio on a 168.23, popping into 3rd place. Martin Saunders on a 169.47 into 5th place. And these really are quite close times here. 168.23 up to 169.47 covers 3rd to 5th. And here comes Matt Nichols past me now. And he's chasing up Avon Rise towards Matt Parr, who I think he might struggle to catch, frankly. So Matt Parr looking like a strong bet for today's class win. We don't know how he would have done in practice. He was remarkably unlucky. He was balked on his first practice run. He was allowed a second run, and he was red flagged then, and he did not get a third attempt. But he is an incredibly quick driver, so we will see what happens there. In fact, here he is into camp in front of me, and surprisingly leaving a good 6 inches from the curb there. Obviously just a banker run, this one. He didn't leave 6 inches on the white line though, did he? So Matt's done a 68.83 for his first lap. He is the first one we've seen into the 60s. There we go, Matt Nichols finishes in a 169.09, making that battle for the last place on the podium even closer. We've got 4 cars in a battle, 5 cars, lots of cars in a battle for the last place on the podium. You will soon find out. There we go. Mary Elliott in the Bath 124 Spider finishes in a 165.01. Just moving that slightly out of reach for those looking for. Wow, Matt Parr, 151.76. It's not as wet as we thought. That's fantastic. He's bound to be happy with that. So we have 3 cars on track at the moment on their first laps. Michael Wells in his MX-5 Mark III. He's just finished his first lap in a 79.5. Paul Wintle in a GR Yaris is also on his first lap. And Pete Goodman in a Fiesta ST. And that was just passing me, Michael Wells in his MX-5. There we go, as if by magic. And we've got a problem. Do you want to cut over? No, never mind. That was Paul Wintle in the GR Yaris, so that's going to be a fail for his first time to run there. Going straight on at Bobby's. Swiftly followed by Pete Goodman going through Bobby's there. There we go, there's Paul Wintle. They're at 89.47 for the first lap, not representative of what we'd expect him to finish on. We will see Michael Wells finish at some point soonish, I'd have thought. He's on a 79.5, so he's certainly not going to be chasing down Matt Parr. Pete Goodman on a 72.92, looks like he might aim for second place after his first lap there. Very quick over the finish line, 77 miles an hour, which is just after the chicane. Here we go, this is Paul Wintle being chased by Pete Goodman. There's Pete. Oh, he's pushing on. Bit of rumble strip on the inside, a little bit on the outside as well, maybe.
Oh, 2 cars in shot.
We do have 2 cars in shot as another GR Yaris heads off the start line. Yeah, that's a definite balk. Pete will be looking for a rerun there. We'll see what he comes up with. Anyway, for interest's sake, he'll have warm tyres for his next run there. So Paul Wintle finishes in a 191.63 and Pete Goodman in a 160.76. So despite being balked, he is still in second place. So I think he's going to stretch that a little bit when he gets his rerun. No doubt he'll come past us here in the commentary box soon afterwards. And as if we hadn't had enough already, we've got another GR Yaris heading off the line, Trevor Park. As in front of us here goes Stephen Adams in the 986 Boxster. It's an early 2.5 Boxster, slightly more reliable engine, and probably the ideal car for cheap to run Boxsters. Very experienced driver. And a pretty quick one at that too. So Paul Wintle's been upgraded to a fail there after he went all 4 wheels off at Bobby's. This time wasn't representative anyway. So that is Trevor Hartland there we just saw going over Avon Rise, and that there is Trevor Park in his similar GR Yaris. So Stephen Adams did a 74.35 for his first lap, and Trevor Hartland a 72.47. Trevor Park on a 76.20. Here he is past me there. There we go. And Stephen Adams finishes in a 159.09, so Pete Goodman's going to need that rerun if he wants to maintain second position. I think he also may be pushed down a bit further by whoever's next. I didn't see Pete go past actually. He must have done. I think that's him down there in the double run lane. And Trevor Hartland on a 155.35, so Pete Goodman's going to need to find 5 seconds after that balking. So Geraint Meek leaves the line in his Impreza. He's swiftly followed by Alex Hanley in the Civic Type R. That's an FK2 variant. I only know that because it says it on the screen. I'm terrible at these. And the next car we're going to see off the line is Dave Broadway in his Ioniq N. Is it N plus? Oh, I can't remember now.
Not the same screen as you.
Oh, it doesn't say on the screen, that's why I can't remember. So, Trevor Park finished in a 162.99. Yep, that puts him into 5th place in A3, and that is A3 complete. It moves us into A4. We've already talked about Geraint off the line as he comes past me here in his Impreza. He's done an 85.04. Oh, and there's a fair bit of smoke coming out the back of Geraint's car there. Is he going to pull over? We know he's had a few engine problems. He had trouble at the Dip Mayo earlier this year. I hope that's just in the air and not on the track. being chased down by Alex Hanley in the Civic. Alex did a 77.02 on lap 1. I'll be interested to see what Dave Broadway does. He did a 183 this morning, which was similar time to Phil James in the Cayman, but it wasn't as fast as Matt Keane in the M240, which is on the line now. But the 64-foot time of Dave Broadway in that Hyundai Ioniq, 2.21.
Wow.
Insane, isn't it?
Yeah.
The fastest things we've seen have been around 2.7s. I could actually hear the speaker as he went past then. I don't know about you.
Yeah. Road noise.
No, it's a little speaker.
Is it?
Yeah, it makes
Is it
an
on
engine
speaker,
noise
isn't it?
as it goes
Wow.
past. Yeah.
Motorsport spec.
Yeah, motorsport spec, mate. God, dancing into Avon Rise there. So Geraint finishes on a 187.10, which does not feel like the right sort of time for him.
He was pushing out quite a bit of smoke though, as you said.
Yeah,
Maybe
smoky.
Losing power.
Could well be. I can't remember what it was they had a problem with at the Ditmaier. But Alex Hanley, good time there, a 163.83. We didn't know where Alex was going to sit after a fail in practice. So now we know. Question is, where will Dave Broadway come in? He is going through Bobby's there, the final corner, and heading towards the finish line. What's it going to be? An agonising wait. 150.25. So that's quicker still than Matt Parr. That's going to be a difficult one to beat, I think. And that concludes all the cars on the track at the moment.
Yeah.
Why have we not started?
There's a Marshall down at Old Paddock.
That'll be it. There we go. Matt Keane off the line then. In the M240i. I mean, that thing was moving about over Avon Rise. Even shut the camera from there. So Matt did a 175.31 in the definitely very wet this morning. He's got 25 seconds to find. That doesn't seem unreasonable. And I think this might be Pete Goodman coming up to the start line for a rerun. So there we go, Matt Keane coming for the end of the first lap. Now, was that a lock-up? Yeah, I think that was a lock-up.
Oh, shoot.
Absolutely pushing on there.
That sounds lovely, doesn't it?
Yeah. 68.34. He is 300ths faster on the intermediate than Dave Broadway. This is looking like a close battle. What do you think, Mike?
I think it is. It's a shame we haven't got cameras at Quarry working at the moment. But
Yeah. However, I think that is our camera operator getting ready to set up after lunch on the side there.
okay, yeah.
So Phil James not that far behind Matt Keane and Dave Broadway at the first split, 70.70. 70.70. But now we're going to see what Matt Keane can do over the full 1.75 laps as Pete Goodman gets underway on his rerun. So 1:44 5:96. Wow, second lap was incredible for Matt Keane. I need to do some maths there to work out how fast he's gone, but that feels quite punchy. I don't think Phil James is going to catch that up, but we'll see where he fits in. He may find himself in second or third place, I think. I do need to find out just how fast that is for one lap. That's a 1:17.62 on his second lap in the damp. That's not so bad in a road car on road tyres, is it?
He'll be running road tyres, will he?
Yeah. Most likely 1B rubber. In this region, 1B rubber is allowed. Phil James in a 1:52.52. Not content with a 70.70 for his intermediate, he's got a 52.52 for his finishing time.
It's a fix.
Random number generator gave up there, didn't it?
She's coming in.
So that was Tony Lannon heading through Folly there. In the Saxo, oh, massive wiggle going over Avon Rise there. So Tony Lannon's done a 76.27 on lap 1. It's the first of our modified runners so far. So we will see Pete Goodman has finished on a 1:55.35, so he has 1:55.55, so he's back into third place in A3 with that rerun there, but he is 0.2 off Trevor Hartland in his GR Yaris, so there's a bit of time to be found there. And we're on to the specialist cars now. Graham Holdstock has done his first lap in an 81.91, and Patrick Holmes is on his first lap at the moment. So Adrian Clement queues up ready to start his run. There we go, bit of wheel spin off the line. The 2.98 64 foot. I'm just watching someone outbrake themselves at the S's. I wasn't sure who that was. Was that Patrick Holmes or Graham Holdstock? One or the other. So Graham Holdstock finishes in a 1:72.82. Which is obviously a massive improvement over practice, which was a 2:27.85. It was very wet earlier. Tony Lanham put in a 1:64.62. So we'll see how that goes when the rest of his class come out. He's sharing with John Lanham. So he's gone out early. And the car that just went past me, which I didn't catch the number of, was the one that was a little bit wayward. So that's Adrian Clement. So it was Patrick Holmes who went in deep, and I think he might have gone in deep at Quarry as well. I can see a slow moving car and red lights. He has driven away, but I suspect he's had a spin on the way in. Can see him on the other camera driving slowly down the middle of the road.
Yeah, he's stopped.
Yeah, so Adrian Clements has been red flagged then, after Patrick Holmes has most likely had a bit of a whoopsie at Quarry and continued. So he's now heading round Old Paddock, and they'll both run back round. Patrick will get a fail there, and Adrian Clements will get a rerun. So Adrian's up against Gary Dawkins in the Exige and Paul Harvey in another Westfield. So we'll see how the unlimited specialist production cars go in a bit. Yeah, and coming past us here is Martin Cowley, who had completed most of his first lap, and he was also red flagged. It's the Turbo Technics branded Ford Focus. He's going to go straight down to the front of the queue. We can see there, just behind the Clark's car, asking Dave Potts for a rerun. I'm not sure what we're waiting for here. Maybe they're checking the track up at Quarry to make sure it's alright. We can see the red lights are still on.
The two Caterham's only just coming in now.
Oh yeah, here we go.
So
Past me there, Patrick Holmes. I think he's not double driving today, so I don't know why he's... Unless, of course, it was... Well, all three cars that were on track have come in expecting a rerun by the looks of things. So maybe he didn't have a spin up at Quarry.
I didn't see any red flags out down there. So I can't think of any other reason why he would get a rerun, unless if he was the only car on track when he stopped.
We've got a fail come up for Martin Cowley, so I wonder if it was actually Martin who had a problem. And in fact, that's a double driven car, isn't it? So that would explain why it's come back into the pit lane.
Yeah.
So Martin's had a fail, and he will be handing over to Jeff Kershaw, who had a fail this morning.
Maybe it's the car.
Well, it's definitely something common, and it's red letters. That's Gary Dawkins in the best sounding car here, I reckon. The Exige. It does sound fantastic.
I haven't heard it go past yet. I don't think I've been here as it's gone past. Yeah, that does sound nice.
It'll sound even nicer when it comes past.
Yeah.
We may stop commentating for a bit.
Let's listen out for that one as it comes past. Heading down to Avon Rise.
few issues with the network between here and Old Paddock, don't we?
Yeah.
Our camera operator is doing a great job capturing the cars all the way down from Quarry almost all the way to Tower, but unfortunately now I'm looking down in the pit lane and Adrian Clements. Oh, that's interesting. So Adrian Clements, who we know did not cause the red flag because we saw him stop when the red came out, is leaving the assembly area. Oh, I don't know. I'm sure we'll find out at some point. We'll work it out later on. Something happened. We're not really sure what, but it'll pan out in the end. So Gary Dawkins in 81.92.
Yeah.
Best sounding car here.
Best sounding car so far.
Yeah. So 81.92 for his first lap. Got distracted from the times there by the sound of the Lotus. The next one down towards us here is Paul Harvey in the Westfield. He's done a 74.53, which is a fair bit quicker. I've just realised I've got blinds down and that's why I can't see anything in front of me. It's taken all day to notice that. Move all of this out of the way and I can actually see the cars as they go past. That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Well, we had a bit of low sun earlier.
That is true, yeah. Not a problem with the clouds though at the moment. Still nice out and it's dry. Lovely stuff. So if you are enjoying the stream, please do like and subscribe whilst we're sat there watching Stuart Rothwell in his 205 Maxi off the line. Now's a good time to subscribe. Notification bells, all of that stuff. That'll do for all the like and subscribe malarkey, won't it, Mike?
Feed the algorithm.
Feed the algorithm, yeah. Comment, like.
The algorithm needs you.
We do like Alan Goritham, he's quite a nice guy. I've got all your WhatsApps coming up on here. And our camera operator from Wiscombe has just texted you to say it's a good stream, mate.
Ah, good.
Yeah. Cheers, John. We could have asked you to come, couldn't we, really? That would have been nice. Still. Distracted myself again. So, Paul Harvey in a 158.29, which gives me a problem with finding out which mouse I need to use. So that puts him at the top of the class, which is, I'm still puzzled by that. Anyway, that's the sound of the 205 Maxi coming past us here. Stuart Rothwell. Darren Morgan in C2 has finished in the Ford Puma in 169.93. He sits in second place now behind Tony Lannon in the Saxo, who we saw earlier, getting a little bit squirrely over Avon Rise. And as if by magic, there's John in the same Saxo. So he'll be looking to beat that 164.62. And there we can see Stuart Rothwell in pixelated glory, heading down towards Tower Corner. Soon after that he'll be finishing his run. He's done a 74.6 on the first lap. So he'll be the first in Class C3 to set a time. Saved by the bell there. Right, so Stuart Rothwell finishes in a 1:57.09, and there is John Lannon over Avon Rise. That is really quite thick cloud cover that's come over really quickly, isn't it?
It looks very dark over the back tower, and I'm not sure whether that's just our screen's not showing it very well since we've opened the blinds, or my eyes.
Well, I don't think.
Old paddock looks horrid.
Yeah, old paddock does have some moisture problems, we hear. It's been out there since COVID though, so it's doing quite well.
Well, yeah.
Anyway, Neil Locke has finished in a 1:73.79. So that's just behind Darryl Morgan in the Ford Puma. And we're still waiting for.
No.
This feels like my times are a little bit behind. John Lannon's just come past me here, but I haven't seen his time on my laptop yet. So his intermediate is a 72.77. That's rather quick. That's up there with the fastest road cars, isn't it? Who's this? Nigel Smith? Oh, he's coming in hot there. Look at that, all of the road. He had a little bit of a moment there. That wasn't quite how he planned it, I don't think. Nigel's done a 77.89 on lap 1. So he is in direct competition with John Lannon. They are the last two to run in that class. Alison Locke's going to be next off the line in her Evo. John is feeding the algorithm. Thanks, John.
And raw.
Frustratingly, it's not on my screen here. For reasons I do not know. Anyway, distractions aside, so John Lannon a 1:54.52 and Nigel Smith a 1:68.62. So they slot into first and third respectively. So Tony Lannon bumped down to second place by John. I thought I kept seeing. I keep thinking it's raining because I see drips, but it's actually drips from the guttering here, and they're just happening occasionally. And it makes me look up, and it's gone by the time it's by the time I look up.
It feels like there's a bit of cloud coming in.
It does, doesn't it?
And something's definitely affecting these Combe cameras, of which we have no control over at all, unfortunately.
No, but in fairness, they are put in place so that race control can see what's going on.
Yes.
Yeah, they're not really meant for live streaming, so we are pushing them a bit beyond what they're capable of. But thanks to Kev from Bristol Sound, who provided access to the cameras. Oh, is that a bit too much weight with the extra lights on this Focus here? 2 lights on the front, 1 on the back.
rapid, isn't it?
Yeah, so he has also got a rerun. That's Martin Cowley.
What happened to him then on his last one?
Well, we're not really sure. So we saw someone stop halfway up Avon Rise, but we couldn't see what happened to the other two.
He was balked by that as well, was it? Right.
Presumably, yeah. Anyway, king of being distracted. Alison Locke's finished on a 164.06, which is further than I'd expected her to be from Stuart Rothwell. I wonder what happened there. Looking at other classes, I'd have expected Alison to be a little bit quicker, actually. And Martin Cowley on a 144.21. That, I think, is the fastest we've seen today. It is. Slightly quicker than Matt Keane in the BMW M240i. Martin comes past us here, ready to hand over to his double driver, Jeff Kershaw. And Dave Mockford passed us in his MG Maestro just now. He's done a 78.62 on his first lap, which is exactly the same time that Ian Milford, who's just gone past us here, has done in his Impreza. So we also have Nicholas Olsen, who's just passed us here on in the Lotus Esprit. And Steve Baxter's going to be next to go out on track, double driving the 205 Maxi, which is currently in second position in Class C3, the modified cars with unlimited capacity. There we go, as if by magic. So Dave Mockford in the MG Maestro. You may have seen what was written on the front wing of that car if you were watching over lunch. Dave has finished in a 168.84, which puts him in fourth position, just behind Alison Locke. And everyone else on track is currently on their first lap. No, in fact, just finishing their first lap. Nicholas Olsen coming past me now in the Esprit S3 has done a 66.20. Now, I didn't check what Martin Cowley had managed, but that feels like it's going to be somewhere around about the same sort of time and maybe a little bit quicker. So I talked earlier about championships. Hill Climb and Sprint has come on and said, great stream, thank you very much. And it's the final event for the Fairfield Welsh Championship. Andy Layton has won, but second to fifth to be decided today. Gary Morgan is second and Josh Baxter third. Excellent, so we'll watch out for that a bit later on. Thank you very much for your comment. So Ian Milford in the Subaru Impreza finished in a 168.12. So he was slightly quicker on his second lap than Dave Mockford. And Nicholas Olsen did indeed go a lot quicker than anyone we've seen so far, and he's done a 141.48. That is the fastest we've seen all day to this point. That was a 66.20 intermediate. It isn't the fastest we'll see all day, but to this point that is very fast. So Steve Baxter in the 205 is just coming down into Camp Corner now and has done a 71.9 on the first lap and appears to be pulling into the pits, I think. Oh no, sorry, I've completely got that wrong. It's his second lap and that's why he's pulling in. He's done a 1:53.07, which is slightly faster than Stuart Rothwell, and that puts him into third position. Rupert Ryle in the Subaru Impreza also just finished in a 1:56.80, so that's fourth place, splitting Steve Baxter and Stuart Rothwell. And on their first laps at the moment, we've got Simon Pollock in the MR2, Tony Feekins in the 205 GTI, and Anthony Brown in the Audi TT. I think Anthony's doing the British Sprint Championship as well. So this will be qualifying for his runoff, I think. No, this is the runoff, I think. I can't remember exactly how it works. I should know these things. Anyway, we just saw going over Avon Rise there, Simon Pollock, and this is Tony Feekins in the 205 GTI. Moving a fair amount at Folly. And on the start line there, Jeffrey Kershaw in the Ford Focus. Now that car is currently second in class, with his double driver, Martin Cowley. There we go, this is Anthony Brown in the TT. Blimey, that's a fair old pop and bang on the shift there. Oh. Finger trouble from my little operator. And Simon Pollock finishes in a 1:62.23. That puts him just ahead of Alison Locke. And we'll soon see the time for Tony Feekins, a 1:57.83, which is tantalisingly close to Stuart Rothwell in the 205 Maxi. Not quite fast enough. Puts him into sixth place. Yeah, we can just about see Jeffrey Kershaw going through Old Paddock there on his way down to Tower Corner.
See, the sun's come out a bit over there now, so we can see a little bit more on the cameras.
You say that, but I think that's just the brightness on that camera.
No, there's a definite gap in the climate clouds. Yeah. Oh, there's a radical off the line.
So it is. Is that a Simon or a Dave? That's a Simon.
Is that a Simon?
Yeah. Always Simon, mate. Always Simon.
Always Simon.
Right, so past me here, Jeff Kershaw, having done a 72.08. Anthony Brown finished in a 1:77.32. And his first in C4 to finish, he's up against Tim Monk. And this is Tim Monk in his Fisher Fury. That thing is an absolute beast.
Yeah.
Supercharged Hayabusa.
Wow. Yeah. I'd have to listen to the Exige again.
Yeah, that's a fair point, actually.
Some good sounding cars coming through, including this one, to be fair.
Oh,
Oh, that's not
we
good.
have a red. Who do we
is it?
have a red for?
Ah,
Let's have a look on the cameras.
can't see anything.
So we had just seen Tim. It is someone who needs recovery, because recovery are leaving us now.
He's going.
There's Tim. So it must
slowly.
be someone at Tower, I guess.
Can't see anyone at
No.
Tower.
And frankly, we don't have a clue.
Oh, hang on. Who's this?
Ah, no, I think it's a spin and recover job. I suspect someone. Yeah, so it's either going to be Jeff Kershaw or Tim Monk, who would have spun and continued because they are the only two cars on track.
Yeah.
So I hope Dave and Simon have brought enough fuel and tyres, because Simon's going to have a rerun there.
Yeah.
So they'll recalibrate all of that as everyone comes in.
Well, it's good news that it was a red flag and not an issue for the Radical,
Yeah,
having recently rebuilt it.
don't even go there.
No.
That would not be fun. So all three of those cars have now finished and peeled off into the pit lane. I would expect the red lights to get switched off. There we go. Mark's on the ball. And then when the flags are in, we will be good to go. Wave to Simon. Oh, he's not looking. He's looking at the little chicane in front of us. He doesn't need to blip the throttle. He's just doing it for fun.
Do you think?
Yeah. Going straight to the front of the queue, hoping for a warm tyre rerun. You see Michael there on the start line. He'll be like...
How did they show up? How are the times going in the Radicals?
Well, they've all been red flagged, so...
Oh, okay. Well, this is their first time run, wasn't it? And practice wasn't really indicative, was it?
Practice wasn't really representative. Yeah, so actually Michael Bartlett, 152.94, he was fastest in practice. Simon was third on a 157.6, and Dave Greenslade on a 156.7. But you know full well that in those conditions that Dave would not have been pushing.
No.
It helps him give that sucker punch later.
Well, it's definitely a good rivalry between those two.
Yeah, and they're always so close, aren't they? There's Kevin Cole in the Imp. I want to have a good look around that, to be honest. Lovely looking car. Punchy 64 foot as well, 257.
What's that?
Six-
Is that Simon just going through?
Should be.
No, that's Mike.
Oh yeah,
That's
we're going to
Michael.
have a bolt here, so Michael's going to have his warm tyres as well.
Oh, dear me.
Yeah, so there was a fair time difference between those two then, by the looks of things. Yeah, in fact, in practice there was 70 seconds of time difference. So on that basis, you wouldn't be able to get both of them on track at the same time, would you? Because Michael does a
Well, they're
lap
both-
in 70 seconds.
Yeah, they're both on their first lap there, so
Yeah,
they've just sort of miscalculated there a bit.
a little bit, yeah. There's Paul Davis in another club sport. He's done a 68.45 after his first lap. Michael Bartlett did a 62.09 and Kevin Cole did an 80.49, which is how he managed to catch him in. So he was 18 seconds quicker on the first lap. The Imp may look fantastic, but I don't think it's quite as fast.
It's a tricky one to judge, really, isn't it? To get through a lot of cars throughout the day and try and time it right. And it's almost inevitable that at some point something will get mixed up.
Yeah, they generally do a really good job of working out who's going to be fast and who isn't, and putting people in the right order, but sometimes it just doesn't work.
Yeah.
This is one of those scenarios. Is Michael, is he gonna? No, he's looking at the chicane in front as well. So he's coming in for his warm tyre run now.
Down, and then we've got the MX-5s out.
Yeah, here comes Simon on his warm tyre run. We got that on camera? Yes, we have. So Simon has done a 60.15, so he's gone almost 2 seconds faster than Michael. That isn't going to be all warm tyres. So Paul Davis finished in a 1:49.27, which at the moment puts him at the top of the times. I don't think he's going to stay there though, given Simon's current pace. He was 8 seconds quicker on the first lap, and he is sliding it neatly through Tower and then Bobby's. See what he ends up on. Place your bets now. Could be 130 something, isn't it? 129.44. Wow. I need to find the class record. Stand by caller.
And we've got Michael coming through now.
So the class record here in this class is a 1:23.24.
123.
Yeah. That would have been Matt in the Radical Pro Sport, I think. Incredible time, is it? Oh, Michael Bartlett on warm tyres is going a fair bit quicker. He's done a 60.58 on his first lap. Meanwhile, Martin Dover in the Civic has done a 1:66.98. He's in the rally car class, the only entry in that. Looks like we've got new batteries in the
60.58 versus a 60.15.
yeah, so finishes in a 1:30.65. He's got to be happy with that. A 1:30 is really quite fast.
He's He's not had the car long either, has he?
No, actually.
Second year, I think.
Yeah. It's Ben or Tony here? It's Tony. And he's OMS. Hold on, that's not the OMS. They're in the Jedi. They've obviously changed cars last minute. So 68.28 on his first lap. John Loudon, fastest so far, first into the 50s on his first lap, 59.34. So we are into the fastest cars now. Or at least we are into the racing cars. Oh, we've got the Mental Marshal Brigade on. Hello, Rufus. Rufus has posted Mental Marshal. I can see Mental Marshal from here. He's going to be on the start line in the next 15 minutes, I think.
Can we see Nick? I'm just going to lean out and see if we can see Nick lined up down there.
Yeah,
There's
is that Rob at the
Chris.
back there? It's really distorted, this glass, isn't it?
Yeah. Forget how
Anyway.
many red MX-5s there are.
Yeah, far too many. So Tony Bonfield finishes in a 1:45.60. That is the first finisher in the single seaters. That would have put him first because he was the first to finish, but John Loudon has finished in a 1:28.34. So here's the fastest we've seen so far. And also just finished by the looks of things is Gary Hull in the Jedi in a 1:45.96. That's very close with Tony. 3/10 in it between the two of them. The only runner left in that class is Ben Bonfield, who I can see is just talking to Tony as he gets out of the car. And into camp here we've got Carol Torkington, is that? It is indeed. She's managed a 64.05 on lap 1. So that's probably going to put her somewhere in the mid 130s by the time she finishes. Also out there at the moment we've got Nicholas Scott in the Force TA. He's just coming towards me now into camp. My camera operator is busy trying to operate cameras and a bottle of Sprite at the same time. It's quite tricky. Well done there. Try not to laugh as well. Failing. So that's Phil Montgomery Smith popping and banging his way off the start line. And Carol Torkington has finished in a 1:37.07, which blimey, oh, that was a scary moment there. Steve Broughton went in far too hot, had to turn it, go deep and turn it in, but he's made it round. Steve, a bit of a specialist here at Castle Combe, he always runs really well. He's done a 55.23 on his first lap, which I think is the fastest we've seen so far. Nicholas Scott finishes in a 1:50.42 in the Force TA as Phil Montgomery Smith comes flying into camp corner. The slightly different coloured nose cone as a result, I think, of the off at Wiscombe.
Oh, really? Right.
Was that the beginning of this year? Or was that last year? He took our camera out, didn't he? Camera number 3.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, straight on into the gate.
Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Steve Broughton, a 120.06. Now,
That's got to be the quickest, isn't it?
that is very definitely the quickest we've had so far. In an E2 car as well. So in the DJ Firehawk, a 120.06. John Loudon is the second fastest in 128.34. So that gives you an idea of just how fast he's going. And Phil Montgomery Smith finishes, which guarantees him the class win. He is the only one in his class today in a 125.12. So when you consider Steve Broughton nearly had a big off here.
Yeah.
He's got time. Yeah, so this is reigning champion. Pete Goulding passing us in the Miguel. It's a 1.6 EcoBoost engine in the back of that, producing mid 300s horsepower. It weighs about 440 kilos, I think. You do the maths because I'm not going to. Oh no! Yeah, spinning in. Yeah. Wow. Fantastic recovery there. Excuse me whilst I just restart my heart. Chris Jones, having sealed this year's title, came in a little bit too hot.
And he's not slowing down, that doesn't seem to have dampened his enthusiasm.
I reckon he might be top 3 with that 360.
That'll be hilarious to see what time he does now.
Oh, blimey, coming in quick here, Graham in the second Miguel. Very nice car, although I must say it looked better in red.
I thought you were going to say that.
They're faster in red. Not like that. So Pete has done a 118.94. He did a 116 last year. So, but it's early in the day so far. So we'll see how that goes. That is the fastest so far.
So what?
And Chris Jones did a 126.68, which puts him in 4th place with a 360. I mean, that's another level, isn't it?
Yeah.
So Graham Porritt in the Miguel did a 62.74 intermediate, and he's just come across the line now. We're waiting for the time to come through. Bish bash bosh. 134.39. That's good going. So he was saying earlier he's pushing out he thinks it's about 320 horsepower now, but it's not been dyno tested. It's got a new aero package on it. Here's Steve Miles, 2020 British champion. Car number 3.
Say if I missed Dave going out, but
no, he's on the line now. So Steve's done a 62.97 on his first lap, which is within a couple of tenths of Graham Porritt. Steve's car perhaps a little quicker in the corners. He's just coming into the S's now. We saw Dave Greenslade there heading over Avon Rise. He's now coming down towards the S's. So Steve Miles has finished in a 1:29.50. So found 5 seconds over Graham Porritt in the second lap. It's interesting. Lloyd Bettinson's in the 59s though after lap 1. Dave Greenslade passing us now, not quite in the 59s. He's done a 60.51 on the first lap, which I think is pretty damn similar to Simon Clemo.
Normally is.
Yeah,
Better.
normally is. I mean, if you want a real 50-50 bet, then Simon versus Dave is going to be one that nobody can call until after it's done.
I think he'll be in a 1:29.
Yeah.
Where is he?
Lloyd Bettinson finished in a 1:28.65. I'd put money on Dave being a 1:29 as well. Simon finished in a 1:29.44. Let's see what Dave comes up with. I'm going to go with a 1:29.56. I'll be wrong. I was the 10th out. It was 1:29.46. What? There's 200 covering them. Oh, that's a good battle. That's gonna go on all day.
Yeah.
Mind you, I say all day. It's 2 o'clock already. We're on the first time runs, and I'd like to put out a call for the Mental Marshall Brigade. Mental Marshall is on track. Ben Bomfield just shot past us there. His first lap's a 62.99. Ben Marshall and his fan brigade that are probably listening. He did a 2.92 off the line, which is very respectable. 64 foot for a MX-5 on road tyres. They are running List 1A tyres, so they are the least sticky tyres you can get. Just normal road tyres. As he comes through camp, you can hear the tyres squealing. It's a little rap. Yeah.
The rumble strips today. So
73.68. So it's an intermediate that's maybe a little bit off the pace there. Not by much, but it might not be a winning time. So hard to call though, isn't it? Here's Aaron Sharp.
yeah, he was a bit slow this morning, and he's off the pace as well. 74.43.
Yeah, maybe the track's just very slow. Wouldn't expect those two to be off the pace though. Ben Bomfield finishes in a 1:37.28. That puts him second in class. But that's only fair against the British Championship cars, which are the fastest in the country.
There's Ben going through Bobby's to post the first time for them, for the MX-5s.
And here's Phil past us here. He's gunning for the championship today.
So 1:56.99 is the time to beat at the moment.
Yeah. There we go. There's Phil. Just disappearing over Avon Rise as Aaron comes into Bobby's. Sliding it neatly through Bobby's there. Yeah, Phil did a 74.49, so I think the track's slow. That is not representative. Aaron in a 1:58.92. I think we can safely say the class record isn't going anywhere today.
What is the class record? Do you know that off the top of your head?
Do I know that off the top of my head? Of course I don't. But I do have it written down right here. It's a 1:53.08.
1:53.
Matt Parr, 2021 maybe? That bit I'm guessing off the top of my head.
Possibly. Who's out there now? James Herford.
Yeah.
And Nick Angrove is on track.
Yeah,
So
this is his first run since binning his Elise earlier today.
safely.
Be nice if he can
Looked a little
drive one car home today. You can see James going through Bobby's there. So that'd be his first lap. Phil finishes in a 1:59.49, so that's third place. That's not going to do him any good at all.
Phil needs to win outright. Doesn't need to stand any chance of winning the championship.
Yeah, so here is, let's try and deconstruct this. So if Nick podiums at all, he wins.
Yes.
Simple as that. If Phil wins, then he wins overall, unless Nick podiums. Class A will go to Phil if Nick wins overall,
And
because Phil's running in two. These cars are split into two classes. So there's Class A, which is your Mark 1 and Mark 2s, and Class B, which is your Mark 3s. And there's a championship for each. And Phil has got a Class A and a Class B car, and he's competed in both cars this year, and he's going for the overall title and the Class A and the Class B all at once.
no, he's only competing for the Class A, which is the Mark 2s and 1s,
Yeah.
and the overall. It just so happens that he's running two cars.
Yeah,
431 is Papa Par, is that?
it is Papa Par. Chris Par.
74.9 intermediate.
Yeah.
And Nick Angrove doesn't seem to
73,
have
73.
been troubled too much by his earlier off.
He has not at all. James Herford finishes in a 1:61.52. So he's in a Class A car, which is slower than a Class B car, confusingly, but Class A's existed first.
Yeah. Don't get me started on that.
If you want for those pesky steps.
Don't get me started on that.
Saw a point a few years later. We won't talk about that. You'll just have to work out what happened there with Mike and not winning the title and steps. Anyway, Nick Angrove finishes in a 1:57.36, so he's just behind Ben Marshall. So after I said Ben didn't look too great on that time, it turns out that is a really good time, and he is leading the class. So sorry, Ben. Mental Marshall is indeed the mentalist of marshals, and Phil J 43 is definitely right about that. So the big question is, Papa Par, Chris Par finishes in 1:61.02, which puts him just ahead of James Herford. That'll be a battle that runs all day. Hugh Bowen passed us here. He's done a split time of a 76.71. Of course, if you are here today and you do need a haircut, then now is the best time to head down to the paddock as they all come back in. Rob Fisher, 76.69 on his first lap. He's just coming past us now through Camp Corner.
That's going to be quite a close battle between him and Hugh then.
I think so. Yeah,
First season for Rob.
Yeah, and it's a very nice car.
Yeah, I think when he bought that, was that the one? Didn't Pecker and a few other of the guys from the championship go and view the car with him?
They did indeed.
And,
yeah.
It's just shows how friendly the championship is, really.
There's a lot of that. I think when Hugh bought his, someone went to help him buy it. but that is a very, very tidy car that Rob's got there. I think it's got 30,000 miles on it.
Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's doubled the mileage just around Castle Combe. But it's got a very pointy front end. The setup on it makes it very darty.
And tail happy?
Tail happy indeed, yeah. I thought it was a bit much for sprinting, so he let me drive it at an auto solo this year. And, yeah, who was it that sent the video of me driving it to him?
I can't imagine. It wasn't me. But
yeah, it was very good for an auto solo.
Yeah.
But it was perhaps a little bit too much for me for sprinting. I think I would have struggled with it. So he's just stopping to check his time, which is a 1:62.56, which puts him slightly ahead of Hugh on a 1:63.18. It's not done yet though. That's one of 3.
do you think we'll get 3 timed runs in today? It's... I can't even see what the time is.
I mean, there's a chance we only get the 2, isn't there?
It's 20 past 2 now.
So we've been 90 minutes doing the first timed run. So that means another 3 hours if we want to do another 2.
Well, it was slightly more than 90 minutes, wasn't it? Because we started before lunch. Timed runs.
Yeah,
Yeah.
5 minutes or so, but yeah.
So
So call it 100 minutes, but all the same, that's 3 hours 20. Call it 3 hours 30 with the changeover for the timing. We are running quite close there, aren't we?
that'll come to
Towards
6
our 6
won't
o'clock curfew,
Yeah.
which means we are packing up in the dark. Good news. So, should we run through some of the results after the first timed run?
it? Yes, do that.
Yeah, why not?
Let's do that.
So, leading Class A0 junior cars up to 1400cc. These are completely standard cars, and you can compete from the age of 14. Yeah, which isn't far off from my little camera operator who is looking lovingly at the Haribo. Yes, excellent. So Rebecca Chalice has done a 194.43. Class A1, which is, in fact, there she is on the line. Class A1, which is road cars up to 1400cc. Now, the road category is for cars that have tax, insurance, MOT, can be driven to the track, and are usable as a daily driver. So they have a full interior and all sorts. Man, we're away already.
Yep.
So, first car off the line already, Rebecca Chalice. Alrighty. My Haribo monster is busy eating Haribo, so I'll move over to this seat and see if I can find a car. Now, I can't work out what to press. Thank you. So, there we go. So, Rebecca has to run on her own because junior drivers are not permitted to run on track with other people. We've lost that camera, haven't we, by the looks of things? Which is there we go. She comes into Bobby's.
To our other camera operator, would have been one of these A0 drivers.
Yeah.
Or has in the past been, but
Yeah.
unfortunately lacking a car.
Yes. Or rather, lacking an engine for the car. Yeah, a small issue.
Issue X.
Yeah. So he is operating the camera over at the S's.
That doesn't have very good networks.
Yeah. I wish we brought a very long piece of fibre with us. That would have been quite useful. Never mind. It's the risk you take.
Since we're talking about him.
So there is Rebecca Chalice again, being filmed by another junior. We've got a junior competitor being filmed by a junior competitor.
Yeah.
Oh, massive wiggle there for Andrew Till. No, not Andrew Till, sorry, David Bisp in the MGZR. Had a rather worrying wobble there, but gathered it all up through camp. So Rebecca Chalice coming to finish her second time run. Her first time run was a 194.43 and she's done a 182.88. That's a fantastic
big step up,
improvement,
isn't it?
It was quite damp.
Oh,
yeah.
She would have been before lunch, wouldn't she?
Yeah.
And it was.
Yeah, it was quite damp then. So we will expect massive differences in times here. Yeah, in fact, Andrew Till was finished in a 167.07 compared to the 179.27 before lunch. So on track at the moment, David Bisp should be coming towards the end of his run at some point soon. And on their first laps at the moment, Julian Rinaldi in the Fiesta, who was fastest in practice and in the first timed run, and Paul Prance in another MGZR. Yeah, so must be a different engine in David Bisp's car because he's in A2 rather than A1. But David Bisp finishes in a 174.28, which is a significant improvement over the 190.38 before lunch in the damp. I think that's Mark Tooth on track as well, isn't it? He also had a run in the wet, so half of this class, A2, had a wet timed run and the other half had a dry timed run. So there is an opportunity for a lot of upset here. And this is Paul Prance, I believe, coming past us in the MGZR. Paul's done an 84.16 on lap 1. Julian Rinaldi's done a 76.09, so that's looking like he might pop to the top of the timesheets there.
He already was. Was he fastest in first practice? First timed run? I think he was.
Yes, he was, yeah. I'm just wondering whether I can keep on top of the Bristol Speed Championship whilst we're going along. Mark Tooth has got a fail. Now, I didn't see why that happened, but Paul Prance has not got a time yet and would have been ahead on track. Oh no, there we go. Paul Prance there has just finished. So
Come straight back down.
he's done just one lap for some reason.
Yeah. Well,
maybe he spun it and called it quits.
Or maybe he forgot which event he was doing.
Or he's got balked perhaps because he hasn't gone to switch seats with Claire and he's gone straight for a rerun.
Yeah. Then where is it? I can't even see Claire down
there. Well, it's hard to see anything really, isn't it?
Yeah, but
that little bit.
The changeover area is on the pit wall normally.
It is, yeah. I suspect she's run over. I think I can see someone stood somewhere near there. Well, it's amazing how something can be transparent and yet still able to obscure what's the other side of it. The windows are quite wavy from here. Makes life a little bit interesting. So anyway, Julian Rinaldi finished in a 166.44, so the battle between him and Andrew Till on a 167.07 is going to be close. Paul Prance in the MGZR is on a 180.26. So that's how A1 looks after 2 timed runs.
Chris Wells coming through.
It is indeed 77.96 for the intermediate. We are a fair bit off class record pace at the moment, aren't we?
And those class records would probably have been set earlier in the year, most of those, you think? When Great Western was...
No.
Was it always...
No, it moved from March originally to October. So it was March up until COVID, and then we got the October slot post-COVID.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Marginally better weather in March, normally.
I don't know, it snowed 2 years on the bounce.
Did it?
Yeah. I came past here in the ADR in like 5th gear, wheel spinning down the straight.
Nice.
Yeah, it wasn't, it was scary as hell. Now that is Mark having a rerun, so I don't know what happened. Yeah, so we are just having a quick look at all the class leading times at the moment relative to the class records, and they're all fairly far off at the moment.
So that means that anyone... How does that impact the Bristol Speed Championship then? Is there bogey time, is that against the class record or against the fastest of the day?
Right, so now you've asked me my my question. I know the answer to. Specialist subject. So the way the Bristol Speed Championship works is the class records are adjusted according to the weather or the conditions of the day.
Right.
So the best 5 times relative to their class record determine the adjustment factor, and then you get a bogey time off that. So so far today's bogey time I think is something like so the class record is somewhere in the region of 93% of the time of today's class winners. So the class records will be adjusted to be 93% of.
Okay.
And then they score points relative to that bogey time.
So that's so if because the drivers don't have to compete in all events, do they? So if somebody turns up to an event with weather like this or worse, they're not overly affected.
Then you're competing against everyone else on the day relative to the class record.
Yeah. And it levels the playing field if people who've competed at faster days when the weather's been nicer.
Yeah.
And involves a lot of complex maths, or just a spreadsheet.
A spreadsheet containing complex maths, Yeah, so if you look at the ASWMC Championship, that's based purely on the class record. So if you beat the class record, you get a point.
Yeah.
And if you beat everyone else, then you get points relative to how much you beat them by.
Right.
So it's easier to win if you're in a slower class, because it's easier to beat people by a larger margin. But also, if the weather's not good, then everyone scores less because you can't beat the class record.
Yeah.
So if the track's 2 seconds slower, you won't be able to beat the class record, so you could lose the championship because you chose a round
where it was raining.
It wasn't possible, Whereas you can score maximum points in the wet. And in fact, the better drivers do tend to score really well in the wet, on wet events.
In the Speed Championship.
In the Speed Championship, Bristol Speed,
Yeah, because they can stand out above everyone else.
Yep, exactly. So, Class A2 have finished. We're still waiting on Claire Tooth, but everyone else has had a go. Mark is now leading on a 162.36. Claire's second, based on her first timed run of a 165.3, which is just ahead of Donald Gay in the MR2 on a 165.81. Christopher Wells is on a 166.67, and David Bisp on a 174.28. We're now into the A3 runners. We've got Hugh Elliott in the Abarth 124 Spider, and he's on lap 2. Andrew Feekins in the Clio 172 Cup is also on lap 2. David Feekins in the Clio 182 is just coming towards the end. In fact, has just completed lap 1. And we've also got Gareth Monk on track. Why did we have a Mini go past us just now? There isn't a Mini on track. Or did I accidentally call a Clio as a Mini there? Could have sworn it was.
I'm reliably informed you did.
I called a Clio as a Mini.
Well, by the person with much younger eyes than both of us.
Oh no, it's a different car. It was a black car. That's a Clio. Yeah. Or are my times just a little bit off? Yeah, do you know what? My times have stopped running on my laptop. That's why I'm really confused. Yeah, because Matt Parr is on track at the moment as well, according to the screens there. Brilliant. Okay, so yes, we do have some times in A3. So Hugh Elliott in the 124 Spider has improved to a 156.41. It was still damp on the last run, wasn't it, for those?
That was a clear.
I've just seen a Fiesta go off the line. So it was Jeff Bryant in the Mini John Cooper Works we saw go past. And that's definitely Matt Parr on screen, but I can't see him actually having started on my timing. But then if I look at the timing on screen, it's all good. So frankly, I haven't got a clue, but he's missing from mine. And here's Matt Parr, Chairman. Not Matt Parr. Matt Nichols.
Matt Nichols.
Chairman Matt. He is on my list. He's done a 76.97 on lap 1, but there was 800ths covering Gareth Monk, Jeff Bryant and Martin Saunders after their first lap. And at some point, I'm hoping
that is Matt.
That is Matt Parr. Excellent.
Coming through there, as you'd expect.
Obs. Yeah, look at that. Bob on. So, David Feekins in the 182 improved to a 175.18. Gareth Monk improved to a 167.21. Jeff Bryant improved to a 166.88. That was a massive improvement. Martin Saunders in the Clio RS200 improved to a 166.79. Andrew Feekins in the Clio 172 Cup improved to a 161.01. And Hugh Elliott in the 124 Spider improved quite dramatically to a 156.41, which is 30 seconds quicker than practice. But that's the weather.
It through Bobby's.
Standard.
And what's he done?
Well, Matt Nichols has just finished in a 165.42, which is a reasonable improvement for him, and it bumped him up to 9th place. Matt Parr 143.73. That's insane. Hold on, I need to have a look at the
Class records?
yeah, 143.73. Let's have a look. Yeah, that's it. New class record, Matt Parr by 1.1 seconds.
Really?
And that's not the first class record of the day. So I completely missed this, but in the junior class, Rebecca Chalice has broken the class record and brought it down to a 182.88
From
a 184.79, which was last year in a Smart Roadster, in fact.
oh, was it?
It was indeed, yeah. So we now only have one Smart Roadster that has a class record here. So yeah, Mark Tooth. We're still waiting for Claire to do her timed run, so we haven't got all of A2 yet. But 162.36 is where we're at there, so that isn't a new class record at the moment. Claire is on Claire is on track. Claire's on tooth. No, she's on she's on track. She's just passed.
Who's on first?
She
Just going into quarry now.
yeah, and I'm still waiting on her time. Ah, there we go. 72.72. She joins the list of people with repetitive numbers in their times. Although with what 100 odd competitors all doing four starts, it's about 400 starts. So there's a chance for about 4 people achieving that. And there's 2 different times, so actually there's a chance of 8.
Is that your finger I can see firmly in the air there?
And one more thing. Thanks for tuning in to Doing Maths in Your Head with Andy Lawrence. Yeah, brilliant, isn't it?
Right, Claire's just crossing the line.
The Mental Marshal crew are continuing. Rufus Jones says Mental Marshal drives like he's escaping the law. Frustratingly, we don't have the chat coming up on our
159.69.
overlays. Oh yeah, 1:59.69. Wow.
That puts her first in class.
It certainly does, by a reasonable margin there. Yeah, best part of 3 seconds ahead of Mark.
Who's that, Matt? Did I? Am I going mad?
I don't know.
That looked like Matt Fargo pass again.
Would that be Pete Goodman? It is Pete Goodman in a very similar car. Yeah. Should we switch to Folly? Have a look there. Oh, mind you, just as Stephen Adams was that. Going through Bobby's in his Boxster. Yeah, so Pete Goodman's on track at the moment on lap 2 in a 71.32 at his first split. Oh, I'm being offered a Haribo here, so I apologise for any munching sounds you may hear.
Oh, very kind. Thank you.
Not just the motorsport we're salivating at.
Right. They're quite Morris big, aren't they?
They are, yeah.
Other addictive sweets are available.
So I can't see anyone here at the moment, but I know that Mary Elliott's out there. And Pete Goodman's finished at 1:53.08. Stephen Adams also on his second lap at the moment. Trevor Hartland has just come off the line in his GR Yaris. So he's currently third in class. He's just been bumped down to third by Pete Goodman. So I'm sure he'll be looking to find at least 2 seconds to catch up with him. Weather conditions have changed a fair amount. So now in the chat the question is Mental Marshall driving to somewhere or is he driving away from something? I mean, this is getting to be a bit of a... I mean, is this some kind of metaphorical question
like,
of
is he
the
driving
meaning
to
of life?
remember or driving to forget? Is it a drive to remember?
Here comes Trevor Hartland, I think, in the GR Yaris. It is indeed. He's done a 70.56 on his first lap. Stephen Adams has finished in a 1:55.46, which gets him nicely back into fourth position. I'm sure I saw the Ionic appear on the timing screens there, but it's disappeared again. Anyway, that's Trevor Park going past us in another GR Yaris. He's done a 74.26 for his first split. I can see Alex Hanley is just coming in to finish his first lap, swiftly followed by Trevor Hartland. What's Trevor going to record here? Yep, he has taken some time off there and he's leapfrogged back ahead of Pete Goodman on a 1:51.88. It's going to be a tough job for Pete to try and overhaul that. Is it me or I was going to say have the circuit cameras suddenly burst back into life, but no, Let me get some artifacts. The Hyundai Ioniq N there off the line, I just see, of Dave Broadway. So Trevor Park in his Toyota Yaris has finished in a 1:58.56, which puts him into 6th position. It's an improvement of 4.5 seconds, so that's brought him up quite some way there. And Matt Keane, who was very quick earlier today, is now on the start line. He's currently leading A4, which is the unlimited road car class. And Alex Hanley has finished in a 1:58.82, which is an improvement there, and leaves him in 4th position in A4. That is our first finisher in A4. And I just heard the tyres of Dave Broadway as he went shooting past. The brake lights are flashing like mad as he brakes into Quarry Corner. He was actually braking up Avon Rise. And then that car is quite rapid in a straight line. So he's done 68.13 on the first lap. That's 7 seconds quicker than Alex Hanley. We'll see how that goes in a minute. Matt Keane had quite a lead over Dave Broadway. And here he is coming into Quarry. Camp even. I know what I'm talking about. Almost as much as Mike knows what button he's pressing.
Yeah.
There it is.
Production quality have gone downhill because our assistant's gone on a break for Haribo's.
Yeah. There we go, flashing away on the brake lights. Matt Keane into and out of Quarry Corner. And our camera operator has done a lovely pan of Matt Keane through the S's. There's going to be some great footage when we get the card off the camera. But it is just a little bit glitchy, I'm afraid. The network from here to there, not so great. And then that's not what it was built for. So Dave Broadway finished in a 1:46.28, which is tantalisingly close to Matt Keane's previous time, but then Matt Keane has improved to a 1:44.23. Which is really rather fast. Phil James isn't far off though. He's done a 68.86 on his first lap. So it'll be interesting to see what he manages on lap 2. Tony Lannon comes into camp. He was quite exciting up Avon Rise earlier. We'll see if he has another little squeaky bum moment. Zoom, 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 zoom. Missed it.
Oh.
No. God, it's not good, is it? Even the people in this room aren't listening to the commentary. Normally I try and harvest comments, but I don't want comments off the back of that.
I thought you were making car noises.
Not for the first time.
Zoom.
So Phil James finishes in a 1:47.60. So he's improved quite significantly, but not quite enough to catch Dave Broadway. So Tony Lannon is a double driver in the Saxo, which is why he's come out a bit earlier, and he has finished in a 1:57.38, which is a brilliant improvement. Of course, modified cars can run on slick tyres, so the damp weather earlier wasn't great for them. So he's improved by 7 seconds, but not quite enough to catch John Lannon in the same car.
Yeah, I was chatting to Dave Greenslade earlier, and he said it was very definite a wet practice. So they went out in wet tyres and then slicks for the second.
Yeah.
So as it was drying up, it gets to a point where you ruin the wet tyres if there's not enough water down.
Yeah, it just curves the edges, doesn't it? You lose the corners.
And then, I don't know how much their tyres are, but
About 1,400 quid, I think.
you don't want to
on a per mile basis.
ruin a set of tyres because you go out on wets when it's too dry.
Anyway, we've got a couple of Caterhams on track at the moment, haven't we? That there is Patrick Holmes. He's done an intermediate of a 70.23. These are both the smaller engine class, which is up to 1800cc. Patrick did a 1:55.43 earlier. Graham Holdstock is also out on track. I think this is him coming towards us now.
It looks to be going slow, finishing.
Yeah, that would make sense because he's just finished on a 1:68.70, which is a 4-second improvement for him. So we've got Martin Cowley and Gary Dawkins, who have both just started. You hear the fruity sound of Gary Dawkins. Has anyone had a better sounding car since we last saw him?
I think there's been several contenders.
I mean, Tim Monk was close, wasn't he? Yeah, supercharged Hayabusa sounds rather nice. So Patrick Holmes does improve with a 1:50.52. So he's nicely at the top of the class there.
There you go.
Oof. That focus is fast. So you can tell the weather has improved significantly. The bogey for the Bristol Speed Championship is up to a 95.53% now on this timed run.
So you've got live bogey times.
Live bogey times, and I've got a keyboard and a spreadsheet, and I'm working it out right now. And I think the battery's gone dead on the camera transmitter.
Looks like it.
I may have to text the operator's mum. Oh no, they have given up.
Have they? Okay.
So they can come back and do some editing.
Yeah. The speed on screen sweatshop.
The what, sorry?
The speed on screen sweatshop.
Yeah.
T-shirts are available.
Yeah, T-shirts are available. We are all wearing our Speed
We
on
are
Screen
all fully branded
merch.
here.
Scroll down, buy some merch.
Coasters, hats.
Oh no, we
Hoodies.
stopped them. It's just T-shirts and jumpers now, isn't it?
Oh, is it?
Yeah, pretty much. Oh, there are still some on the old shop. Anyway, that's enough whoring of.
Yeah. If you do want some additional merchandise, let us know what you think.
Yeah. I suppose whilst we're talking about this, like and subscribe if you
Like and subscribe.
Yeah,
yes.
like and subscribe if
In
you
all
like the stream.
honesty.
It really does help actually, and just sharing it with someone or a group of people that might be interested, that is also quite handy. It helps spread the word of speed events.
Yep.
Where two people sit and talk rubbish about cars going past the window without looking at the screen. Should we get back to the times and start talking about that? Yeah. All right, let's do that.
It's a lovely Lotus Esprit lining up soon. Keen to see.
Yes, I do like that. In fact, this 205 off the line's rather fantastic. Stuart Rothwell driving at the moment. So we completely missed Class B3, which was specialist cars. That's kit cars over 1800cc or anything with a bike engine. Adrian Clements has just crossed the line in a 1:48.88, having had a failed run on the first timed run. He's just come and smashed it out the park. Paul Harvey is the first to be disappointed because he was leading up until that point on a 1:55.96, and Gary Dawkins, whilst he's winning the Whose Car Sounds Best championship, he is not winning the class at the moment on a 1:69.59. Still, all to play for. We haven't seen, I guess he must have been a late withdrawal, Peter Cruz in the Mini Cooper and C1 class. But we are now on to C2 and C3. Goodness me, is absolutely on it. Look at that. Stuart Rothwell driving that brilliantly through camp. There we go, as he goes over Avon Rise and into Quarry Corner. So he's done a 70.59 on his first lap. Darryl Morgan's out there as well. Ah, there he is. In the Ford Puma, he's on his first lap at the moment. He's in the C2 class. His best earlier was a 1:69.93. So I'm sure he'll be looking to shave some time off that, as is everyone. And here he is coming towards us at camp. No, he isn't. Yes, he is. That is the Puma. Darryl Morgan. Neil Lock's also on track at the moment in his MG ZR 160. That's the only one at the moment. So Stuart Rothwell finishes in a 1:50.12, and that is another significant improvement there. He's in third place now, and coming past us here is Neil Lock. The modified MG ZR. So these modified cars are not necessarily road going. They are originally road cars, but they must retain the original engine but they can be very heavily modified. We're talking they could be up to touring car sort of spec. So plastic windows, slick tyres, all the modifications. So there's a lot going on underneath. Whilst they outwardly look like a normal road car, they're in fact very, very fast. So Darryl Morgan finishes in a 161.21. Sorry, 164.21, which is a significant improvement, but remains, actually no, jumps up into third place ahead of Nigel Smith, who's just gone flying past me. There he is. Look at that thing moving about. That Mark II Escort's fantastic. John Lannon is also on track. He is the final runner in Class C2. He is the current leader in the class. So Neil Locke has finished in a 165.49, pushing Nigel Smith down into 5th place. Can Nigel improve? John Lannon looking very fast here as he flashes past.
Got a red flag at Old Paddock by the look of it.
Have we really? Okay. Suboptimal. Hopefully.
Oh.
No, that's Nigel Smith.
Park the S's.
Yeah. Oh, what a shame.
I didn't see what happened there. I was
No. Well,
not watching that.
knowing Nigel, if he's pulled over, it's probably because the car doesn't run, and in fact, there's recovery going out to give him a tow. That Tony Streeting talking to him there. So he's been passed by Dave Mockford and John Lannon.
You've got the higher def screen than me.
Just closer. No, those were free, weren't they? Comment from Hill Climb and Sprint. The 205 Maxi looks and sounds awesome. Fair play.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep,
tend to
I
agree with that.
I do agree.
And the great thing is we get to see it twice as much.
Mm.
Here we go, there's the recovery. Cool. Right, so whilst we've got a bit of a wait here as Nigel gets towed back in, Dave Mockford has just passed me and John Lannon is right outside my window. They're coming back for their reruns. And what I hadn't appreciated is John Lannon is not running slicks. He's on road tyres by the looks of things. Which makes it even more impressive that he's managed a 154.52. It's good going. There isn't a huge margin actually between John's best time earlier on today, when it was still not great conditions, and the class record. He's not that far off. So given the improvement in weather and the fact that he's got to go out on warm tyres now, maybe we'll see an improvement. One thing's for certain, Nigel is back into the paddock and he came back under his own steam. So I suspect we'll be up and running again shortly. My camera operator is refreshed. Excellent. The number of e-numbers consumed in this commentary booth today is quite astounding. Right, looks like we've got Alison Locke on track then, and Dave Greenslade is hooked up on the start line, ready to go. Be helpful if I was pressing buttons, wouldn't it? But there is Dave off the line. Here's Alison Locke. I've now got to work out what buttons to press. There we go, there's Alison Locke. Coming into tower there. Right, so, sorry, we've been chattering away with the clerk of the course, who has just informed us that we are going for third timed runs. So it's 3:15. We were unsure whether we were going to be able to carry on and get a third timed run in, but decision is made as it stands, so that's good news. Ooh, means we get, blimey, yeah, just out of camera there.
The Lotus Elise coming, Esprit coming through. Is that his first lap? Yes, it is.
It is, yeah.
Are we going to catch him coming through camp? Yes. Oh, listen to that. Oh. Yeah.
Nice. Of course, that is the class leading car at the moment on a 1:41.48. He's out there at the same time as Jeffrey Kershaw.
I've got a feeling we might see him again because he is catching up quite rapidly to.
Yeah, but then that is the car that's running second in class. So if Jeffrey Kershaw can actually finish, which will be the first time today,
he might be getting.
We don't know how fast he is. Well, actually, we do now. We can see.
That Esprit's going to get a bit of a toe up.
Just so you know, we're not watching what you're watching.
Oh no.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's what we call bolt. Brilliant. So what we can determine from that is that Jeffrey Kershaw is not going to go quicker than Nicholas Olsen, and that we are pretty certain that Nicholas Olsen will be asking for a rerun. Here he comes into the pit lane now.
Let's watch which way he turns.
Oh, he's going straight on, without a doubt.
He's got me, hasn't he?
Yeah. I mean, his time there was a 1:42.09, which was only. He hasn't. He's gone into the paddock. He was definitely balked, and he was half a second, well, 0.6 slower than he was earlier. Here's Dave Mockford on his rerun. That MG Maestro is a real piece of kit. Did you have a look around it over lunch, Mike? Green Maestro.
I think I did, yes.
It's got some nice writing on the side where it's had a little altercation with the tyre war at Lowton Park. Yeah, it's a funny message. You would have seen that. Scroll back on the live stream. Not till later though, obviously. You know, watch it to the end and then go back and re-watch the sections that we refer to. Just get your notebook out, start writing down whenever we say, "Oh, and you should watch this." So anyway, we should probably talk about some results here in C3. So Martin Cowley in the Focus didn't go quicker this time round, so he remains in second place. Stuart Rothwell has improved massively to a 1:50.12, so he's currently in third place, but he's double driving with Steve Baxter, who was quicker than him earlier today, and he's yet to drive, so we'll see how that pans out. Alison Locke on a 1:55.14. I did say earlier that her 1:64.06 seemed somewhat out of character. It was indeed. She's done a 1:55.14. Jeffrey Kershaw has found the finish line and recorded a 1:60.21. Dave Mockford has improved to a 1:62.59, and Ian Milford in the Impreza has improved to a 1:67.47. And whilst I was saying all that, Rupert Ryle has gone and overtaken Alison Locke in his Impreza with a 1:53.77. That thing sounds angry, doesn't it? That's the MR2 of Simon Pollock.
Is that not a Ferrari?
Well, it was red, wasn't it?
It looked like a Ferrari.
With black bits on it as well. Yeah.
Same number of wheels.
Oh, running a bit wide there. Into camp, that's Tony Feekins in the 205 GTI. He's currently 7th in class. Needs to find a couple of seconds if he wants to topple Alison Locke. Oh. and you're all in luck because I've just been handed a hot chocolate.
Hot chocolate, is it?
Yeah, it's hot chocolate.
No, no, I'm fine.
It's even got marshmallows in it.
MX-5's out on track. Did I see Mental Marshall?
Oh, don't say Mental Marshall. The comments will light up.
Surely, did I? Or have I?
No, they don't come till later. I think you'll find that was an Audi TT.
What's that?
So Simon Pollock in the MR2 Ferrari. It's not a Ferrari.
Well, they look remarkably like Ferraris, don't they?
So Simon Pollock in the replica Ferrari, or in the MR2 replica, based on Ferrari underpinnings, is wouldn't that be hilarious? Building a replica MR2 on a Ferrari. He's on a 158.53, which puts him into 8th position. And that brings him up ahead of Jeffrey Kershaw. And that 205 Maxi does sound great.
Yeah.
Being well driven as well. So this is Steve Baxter in the 205 this time. Tony Feekins has finished in his 205 GTI on a 155.64, which is just half a second off of Alison Locke in her Lancer. Oh yeah, you are right. The MX-5s have appeared in the assembly area. Yeah, I stand corrected regularly. There's Anthony Brown in the rather raucous shifting Audi TT goes past us. He's done a 79.74 on his intermediate split. Steve Baxter's done a 68.74 on his intermediate split. Let's see what that does. Third place, 147.25.
It's gone a bit quiet out there now.
It has gone a bit quiet. Apparently John Lannon's on the line. Somewhere out there is Anthony Brown in a TT. He must be around Old Paddockish, I reckon. At a guess.
You cannot see any.
Oh no, I just saw him going into Tower there.
Oh yeah.
I think he was about 3 pixels wide at the time.
Doesn't seem real.
There we go, into Bobby's. Final corner. And John Lannon has left the line, according to... oh no.
An ambulance has left the line.
I think that's just to tow someone in. There's no one out there. Or who knows? Maybe they're delivering coffee to the marshals, or maybe they're getting hot chocolate with marshmallows.
Maybe. Oh, look at that.
Is that more hot chocolates being delivered?
Well, I need the girl sleeping husband.
Well, there's a joke about pressing buttons there somewhere.
What's quarry?
So Anthony Brown finishes in a 173.52.
So that truck has gone.
Who knows what they're doing? It's up at the exit of Quarry, just pootling along down the farm straight, waving to the crowds.
Okay. What's it showing on quarry out?
I think they've stopped and got out. Looking at the picture here, Is that a hot chocolate with marshmallows they got there? I think it might be. So, whilst we puzzle as to what it is they're doing over there,
You see?
they appear to be checking out the arm curve, which, or the grass. Someone did something fall off a car.
Oh.
It's a possibility. So we're towards the end of the modified cars. We're going to resume our radical experience with Simon Clemo, Michael Bartlett and Paul Davis. They'll be joined by Kevin Cole in the imp. So Dave Greenslade's already set a time. He was 200ths behind Simon Clemo after the first time run, and he's sucker punched him in the afternoon with a 1:27.10.
1:27. That'll be a drying track then.
That'd be a drying track. Do you know what? I'm going to go out on a limb here and say this is a dry track, and yes, good spot. That is Nicholas Olsen having received a rerun. So the paddock marshal's gone out to him and gone, "You sure you don't want a rerun?" He's gone, "Oh, don't mind if I do."
Right, that truck is now on the S's.
Yep.
And moving slowly.
Yep, I think he's just bringing Tony Streeting's hot chocolate.
More like ice cream. Now look, the suns have come out.
Yeah, in fact, look, there's another one with an ice cream. I laughed at the guy earlier who was walking over there with an ice cream when it was cold and wet. Now he's laughing.
Well,
I mean, in fairness, it's a bit like choosing slicks and wets, isn't it? It's all about the timing of your decision. And I'd hasten to add that this morning was definitely not slicks weather, and it was certainly not ice cream weather. But this afternoon, I'd probably go with a bit of both.
yeah. Oh, a bit of a
lean on.
body roll in there.
Yeah. Little over the over the rumble strip on the exit. Chirp from the inside rear wheel as it lays a 1. Why do they call it a pair of 11s? Because it's just 111, isn't it?
111.
It's a pair of 1s.
Pair of ones, yeah. They
Yeah.
call it a pair of 11s? 11s. Plural, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't know.
Yeah, it makes no
I
sense.
did hear today from that if somebody offers you ice cream on a submarine, it means somebody's died. Allegedly, because they're making room in the freezer.
Wow, this commentary's taken a turn.
Allegedly. That is the rumour.
I mean, I didn't know they had freezers on submarines. I mean, it stands to reason.
I don't know. It was also then suggested that perhaps they used the torpedo tubes. Not for the ice cream.
I was going to say. Firing out your hundreds and thousands.
Anyone can tell me whether that's true or false? There was some great answers on the postcard.
I mean, this is niche.
Well, I wasn't expecting to be offered that information. But anyway, we're back on track.
Yeah, fortunately, John Lannon has saved the day and he is heading over Avon Rise towards the area where we might have some cameras. Oh, there we go. We can just see him. around Quarry, and then coming into the S's. Absolutely leaning on that. The back end of that thing looks like it's going to overtake, doesn't it? There we go then, through Tower.
He's looking rapid through there.
Simon Clemo's lining up on the start line. Oh, look at that. The rear end of the car as it went through Bobby's there, just giving it a little shake. It's fantastic. Here he comes towards us. So they are not starting Simon Clemo yet. Well, as long as they don't start in 10 seconds after John goes past.
By the time he gets the S's,
Yeah. So John did a 70.45 on that first lap. So we'll see where that brings him out. And Simon is off the line. Do you know what? I think we completely missed Dave.
I didn't see Dave. You said he did a. He's got a time.
He has, yeah. I did see him drive past. You know, it's always Simon, isn't it? God, John is really pushing on there, isn't he? What's he going to do then? He did a 154.52 earlier. What's he going to do this time? He's going to keep us waiting. What's it going to look like? Oh, Simon using all the road. 151.28 for John Lannon. That's a fantastic time. And, get this, it's a new class record.
Oh, really? Wow.
By one solitary hundredth. So we've had quite a few class records today. You often find that after rain, don't you? When it dries out in the afternoon, the track always goes really quick. Using all the road over Avon Rise there. And I've just realised we were on the wrong screen then. I was watching, no one else was.
There goes the sprint.
So Simon's done a 58.92 on the first lap.
Oh, how does that compare to
The
splits?
the splits at the Ditmo sprint.
No, as in earlier today.
Do you know what? I've got my lines. Sorry, I've got my lines mixed up. The 151.28 would have been a class record for the class below.
Oh, right.
Sorry, my mistake. It is not a class record. Sorry, John. So the D1 class record is a 57.72 at the 3/4 lap event. So it's a little bit off that, but he's finished at a 127.50. So a 127.50 is 4/10 off of Dave. So Dave's run must have been fantastic. So Nicholas Olsen, the final runner in Class C3 for this second time run, third run of the day. We've got Michael Bartlett on track as well at the moment, as well as Kevin Cole, who's coming towards us.
Right.
Kevin Cole in the Imp. So Nicholas Olsen did a 65.05 intermediate. So let's see what he achieves at the end of his run. He has finished. Let's see what the time is. 1:39.16. Wow.
Puts him at the top of the class, does it?
He was already at the top of the class. He's now uncatchable. Seems like it is. Michael Bartlett, blimey, he is absolutely pushing on.
Oh, is he
Is he going to get
in front
balked?
of him?
That is Paul Davis in the Radical Club Sport.
Okay.
There's only a few seconds between them. He got balked on his last run, didn't he? So he's done a 61.03 on his first intermediate, on his first lap. So it's borderline, isn't it, whether he's going to get balked here? Yeah. I think by the time he comes through tower, yeah, that's a balked run. Absolutely no way he's not lost.
Well,
I don't know, maybe he'll feel that was not a problem.
yeah.
But he's definitely within his rights there to ask for a rerun, I think. So
Might have got a little toe down the back straight there.
yeah, maybe.
You would offer if he was in a caterer or something.
Yeah.
His aerodynamics might be a bit different with the Radical.
So he's gone half a second quicker. By comparison, Simon and Dave have both gone 2 seconds quicker. So he's coming in for a rerun. Yeah. And hopefully for him on hot tyres. Like he had a rerun on his last run, didn't he?
Yeah.
So maybe that's why he hasn't gone 2 seconds quicker.
I mean, I think we're pushing to try and get through all these to get another timed run for the guys, but so now we're getting.
No, we're only 3:30. So
No, I know, but like they're obviously trying to get the cars through quickly to allow us to have the extra time on. It's just.
I think our button press has drifted off. Hello, welcome back. So Paul Davis finished in a 1:45.16. That's a good improvement for him. And Kevin Cole in the Imp in a 1:67.17, 4th and 5th respectively. Michael is, I think, about to go and have a little chat with the clerk of the course about getting another run. So we'll see what happens there. But I think he's probably too far away from the others. Should we switch over to... So Martin Dover there, going over Avon Rise in his Civic Type R. He's the only one in the rally car class today. I can see him coming out of Quarry Corner there. Next on the line is Tony Bomfield, who's not in an OMS, and he's in a Jedi, from what I can see. So Martin Dover, 73.94 on his first lap. That's pretty good going. He managed this morning, here he is through the final corner. He managed a 1:66.98, and on a 73.94 I reckon he's going to go quicker than that by some margin. Yes, 1:58.41. Very good going. Really good improvement. So we are waiting for the start of the E1, the racing car class. Yeah, that is definitely a Jedi that Tony Bonfield's driving.
Is the OMS their new car then?
Yeah, they have a couple. The OMS has been problematic at times. You can probably hear the sound of Tupperware being opened, and that means only one thing: a bit more Haribo. Yep, you got a bit of that's a replay of Simon Clemo from earlier. Probably want S's, don't we? S's. Okie doke. Right, so Tony Bonfield's finished in a 140.28. Now we're into the single seaters, and that puts him into third place. Got him a bit further away from Gary Hull, who was nipping at his heels. John Loudon has finished in a 125.63 in his Force TA. That's a few seconds knocked off his previous best. And we'll wait to see what Ben Bonfield can do. Tony's just driving past us here to bring the car back to Ben. We're on track at the moment. We've got Gary Hull, who's trying to catch Tony. He's done a 65 dead on his first lap. And a 140.37, so it's really close there. There's 900ths in it between the two of them. That's going to go down to the wire later on, I think. And who have we got coming in here? It looks like Carol Talkington, is it? It is indeed. She's done a 62.56 on her opening lap. Also got Nicholas Scott in his Force TA and Steve Broughton in his DJ Firehawk on track. And here we go. This is Nicholas Scott, I think, coming towards me in his Force TA. He's done a 68.46 on his first lap. Right, so Carol Talkington finishes in a 1:33.30. That is almost 4-second improvement for her. And on track at the moment, just finishing on a 1:46.42 was Nicholas Scott. I think we might have had a balk though, because
just seeing two cars coming down the together.
Their times came through at exactly the same time, which isn't too surprising. They started 31 seconds apart, and Steve was somewhere in the region of 27 seconds faster.
Right.
So Steve Broughton has done a 1:19.38. Oh yeah, we have red flags on track. But Steve doesn't feel he was balked, so he's gone back into the paddock unless he has to refuel before he can come back out again. We'll keep an eye on the paddock, let you know what's going on there. So Nicholas Scott on a 1:46.42 and Steve Broughton on a 1:19.38.
Can't see anything, but that's the ambulance going out.
Well, out on track at the moment we have Pete Goulding and Phil Montgomery Smith. Pete has been marked as a fail, so we do have two cars. Pete has lost his rear bodywork. The rear engine covers come off.
There we go.
That's what it is, so they'll be recovering a piece of bodywork somewhere on the track.
Okay.
So he's been red flagged, has no idea he's the reason for the red flag, and has come back in here for a rerun where he'll be told, mate, the back end of your car's missing. Yeah, there is a gaggle of competitors and officials around him now telling him. In fact,
you think
can
he would
see,
have noticed that?
Nope, not a clue.
No?
Won't have a clue.
Too much going on in there. You wouldn't have.
You haven't got mirrors.
Oh,
So you can't see what's behind you, and he'll be wearing earplugs.
They have no mirrors on those cars.
So he wouldn't have heard it come off.
No.
So can we work out where the engine cover is and how many bits it's in?
Well, they were waving the flag on Avon Rise, or Folly. Avon Rise.
I mean, Avon Rise would be the sensible bet, wouldn't it? That's in fact that's where the
stopped.
Yeah. That is the fastest part of the circuit, and that is where most aerodynamic parts tend to disintegrate. Rob Fisher sat in the assembly area waiting to go out as just saying, another stoppage, I might have to check when my MOT runs out. Thank you, Rob. That has made my day. I mean, it's the end of the season, the cars are falling apart, what can I say? Things are not going well, are they? But nobody's had a particularly bad day apart from Nick's probably not feeling too great today. But it depends what happens next. It might be the silver lining if he becomes champion in the next couple of hours. Not sure it'll make it all worth it, but
No.
the irony
I mean,
is he was going to put a new engine in it over the winter, wasn't he? And
Into the Elise.
into the Elise.
Right.
And
I probably wouldn't start with the engine then.
I
Over the winter. Maybe start on the bodywork.
Sorry, Nick, we're going down the line of a little bit of ribbing. I think this might be a bit too soon. Yeah, there we go. You can see the clerk of the course there.
I haven't seen him this morning. He travels quite away from North Devon.
He does, yeah.
Normally brings a trailer, but I don't know how he got here with 2 cars.
A very large trailer.
Well, I don't know whether he's got a carriers or maybe he drove the Maz, one of them, and somebody else drove.
I mean, Nick's a nice chap. I think he's probably got a friend or two that might help him drive a race car up to a racetrack, and I hope he traded one of them.
Well, that's what I'm saying, yeah. I
Yeah.
assume he's got a trailer with him.
He normally does trailer, doesn't he? So, with any luck, he's got his trailer with him.
There's lots of people out of their cars
Wow,
down there now.
Mind you, the clean-up job is
Still Oliver
close.
wandering down the lineup.
Yeah. He parked up in the assembly area, took his helmet off, and he's gone for a wee before he goes out. It'll be a while. He's only 3 cars from the front. Pete Goulding's pushing his car back here. I hope he's got a spare engine cover. Oh, just run his wife over as well.
So last year's champion.
Yep.
This year he is, where is he in the standing? So last year at this event we had the shootout for the championship, didn't we?
We did, yeah. It got settled last time out though, which I think went to Chris Jones, wasn't it?
That was
Chris Jones,
I
yeah.
think so.
In other news, Michael Bartlett is no longer in the pit lane, is he? I mean, I can't see his car, so does that mean he's decided not to ask for a rerun, or he's been told to... Oh no, there he is, in fact, behind the TSL van on screen. Thanks, Archie. So yeah, it looks like he might be going next, in fact. It's in there, isn't it? I can't get my head around how we've got a window here and we can't see what's on the other side of it.
I mean,
it's mind-boggling, isn't it? So Rufus Jones says if Mental Marshall doesn't win, he will burn this place to the ground. He is mental. And I've just got to follow that up with, not as mental as all of his followers. Thanks, Rufus. Right, so we are probably going to get Michael Bartlett on his rerun. And here is the answer to the question, how many pieces is the engine cover in? Now, I've owned one of those engine covers and I can tell you it doesn't look like that.
where's that coming back?
Oh, he's hiding behind the podium. But,
Oh, there it is.
now it looks a bit like that. I reckon if you put those two bits together, it looks similar to that. This is terrible commentary because you can't see what we can. But
so that engine cover is essentially split in two.
Yep.
at least 2 parts, and probably not. Some of it, maybe 3. And in 2,
the third bit is
the
a lot
third bit
smaller.
is quite small. I mean, my gut feel is it's all going in the bin anyway.
I wouldn't be so certain. I mean, yeah, who knows?
Will you repair that?
We'll see. Pete's very good at making the best of stuff, so it wouldn't surprise me if he sorts it out. So, given that we've got the rescue unit back here, yep, there we go. Exactly on time.
Red lights have gone out.
Yep, and we've got a car coming up to the start line, which I think is our new champion, Chris Jones.
And we'll be looking to see if he can do a pirouette through
Yeah.
camp for us as again. Well, rather not.
Yeah,
Without
so-
any more stoppages.
Yeah, let's see if he can do 1 3/4 laps without going rear end first.
Clerk of the course just coming back in.
Yeah. Dab of Oppo through Bobby's.
I should be watching this really. Since he's asked to borrow my car.
That's a very good point. The clerk of the course who is driving BMW around the course at the moment has asked to borrow Mike's M3 later. I mean, the way he's coming through the chicanes, he's hit all 3 curbs there, and that's the pit lane. I'd probably renegotiate if I were you, Mike. Anyway, we're back underway. Oh, that's a nice car on the start line there. Ah. Launched better when it was red.
Hey?
It launched better when it was red. Awesome car. It's the sister car of Pete Goulding. Obviously not the sister of Pete Goulding, but the sister car of his car.
Yeah.
Should probably clarify that. So coming into camp, hopefully forwards this time. Just about. Chris Jones absolutely flying. Came in a bit hot and had to adjust there. And I think he's been balked by Stephen Miles.
No.
He definitely sounded like he lifted there. Yeah. Here we go. There's Graham and Miguel. Blimey, you can hear him coming out of tower from here. It does sound absolutely phenomenal. So Chris Jones has completed his run at a 1:19.11, which I think he'll be a little bit disappointed with. That's only 7 seconds quicker than he went with a 3:60 earlier. Is he gonna? He's turned left. So, no, I don't know then. Maybe he's happy with that.
I don't know. Well, he certainly didn't catch up Stephen Miles. So whether that was because he was backing off, who knows? But I would have thought if he wants to show the marshals and the clerk that he needs a rerun, he's going to get close up to the back of somebody, isn't he?
Yeah.
That's certainly what I would do.
And in fairness, he did a 55.75 at his first lap and a 57.44 for Steve Miles. So they're not that far apart in terms of outright performance.
No. Michael Bartlett out on track.
He is indeed, yeah.
Having
Graham Porritt finishes in a 1:34.41.
tyres cooled down.
So So Graham Porritt is consistent. He's 200 slower than he was earlier. Of course, this class had a dry track, didn't they, for their previous run? We've awoken the mental Marshall brigade. Phil J 43 says, "We Marshall maniacs stand proud." With a salute. Saluting smiley face. Here's Michael Bartlett then. Oh, he has gone quicker. 59.3 on his first lap. And Steve Miles on a 1:23.52, which has lopped a huge amount of time off versus what he did previously. And Lloyd Bettinson in the Jedi has finished in a 1:25.99. So it's lucky Steve Miles went a lot quicker because he's managed to leapfrog Lloyd.
Yeah.
So there's a chance, you know, that Michael Bartlett could end up smashing Dave and Simon. I think he might. I think he's going to do it. We'll find out any second. He's just crossed the line. There's his time.
8:25. So
Oh.
third place.
Wasn't far off.
Still an improvement on his last run, though, isn't it? So,
Yeah. And shows why he needed that rerun.
yeah.
Yeah. He's gone 2 seconds quicker like the other two did. Here's Phil Montgomery Smith. Also on a rerun. So he's done a 57.54 on his opening lap. Let's see what he does on his second lap. And in case you haven't seen it, Mental Marshall is on the start line. I repeat, Mental Marshall is on the start line. Please spam your keyboards now. There's Ben Bromfield.
Yeah.
So he's the final runner we're waiting for in E1, which is the under 1100cc class. Now I don't think he's going to find enough time to leapfrog John Loudon, so I think he's just looking for an improvement here, probably against his class record for the ASWMC Championship.
Oh. Somebody going slow.
That's Phil Montgomery Smith, who's not made the finish line, isn't it?
That could cause Ben a problem.
This is going to be very problematic. It means we're going to see a rerun for Mental Marshall. I mean, he might rip through into another dimension at this point.
So we've got another car going slow.
Yeah, he'll be red flagged there. Is that Aaron Sharp on the start line who's being told that there's a red, I think? Yeah, we got reds on Avon Rise. So I think Phil has broken down in actually the only part of the circuit we can't see. Oh, that's Ben coming past, isn't it? So he's past Phil.
No, that. Oh, yeah. Ben Bromfield.
Yeah, so Ben's coming in.
Not.
Yeah, that's not Ben Marshall, sorry. Sorry, two Bens on track problem here.
Ben's Marshall is just coming through bobbies.
Recovery are off.
I think
Oh, wrong direction. You don't see that much.
Well, you do on under 17s car club days.
That is a good point. The under 17 car club do run wrong direction here and right direction all at the same time. Yeah.
What is the under 17s car club, Andy?
What is the under 17 car club? It's funny you should ask that, Mike. I could tell you all about the under 17 car club. In fact, there are two under 17s sat either side of you who could also tell you about it, but I get the feeling they're not going to. So it's a club, much like Bristol Motor Club, volunteer-led, but the aim is to teach kids to drive from the age of 11.
From the age of 11?
Yep.
So kids at the age of 11, as long as they can touch the pedals, can drive on a race circuit.
Yep, and airfields.
And airfields.
Yeah.
With their parents?
Yep.
In their own car?
Yep, absolutely right. So there's a whole grading schema for learning and all of that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So they'll start out by just going around in a little loop, learning a bit of clutch control, and then they work their way up through basic car control, manoeuvres, motorway driving, skid pan, all the fun stuff.
And they have regular grading sessions.
Yep.
So that they can see that progression coming through.
Yeah, instruction from instructors in the club who teach them how to get better and safer. So the end game is to put safer drivers on the road, and their stats are really good. They've been going for 50 odd years, almost 50 years.
I'm astounded by that.
It's mental, isn't it? Yeah.
Because I learned to drive on the sands at Weston.
Same.
Which you can't do now. And there are very few places where you can take a car with somebody under the age of 17 and let them drive.
That is true.
But the under 17 car club provide a fantastic service.
They do
and at a very reasonable price.
Yeah,
because it's volunteer led, I guess. That's
So it's 300 and something quid for the year, but you get 30 plus days a year at tracks for that price. So it's like 10 quid a day. And
how much is it? I have no idea how much a driving lesson would be these days. It's got to be £30 an hour, maybe. I would guess. At least.
You'd be disappointed if you had to pay for them. Yep, I'm being instructed that Phil Montgomery Smith is being towed in now. So he's back in the pit lane, so we'll be underway again shortly.
That's somebody desperately trying to change the subject so we don't ask them questions about
that
the
is true.
under 17 car
That is
club.
true, yeah. Mental Marshall is away.
Right, we're back on.
For his rerun. 2.76 for his 64 foot, which actually is quicker than Michael Bartlett in his Radical Pro Sport.
No. Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
200s.
Good cars those, I mean.
So 64 feet in, if they ended it there, he'd have been winning.
My first event, I came here, I was winning for the first 64 feet.
I remember that, we used to have competitions, didn't we? Who could get the fastest 64?
For it. It was good. Thank you, Gary Hendy.
Yeah. You better be listening, Gary. I know Steve Connor isn't, because he's just asked how many time runs there are. Oh, all of the curve there for Aaron Sharp.
Oh, what's going on here with that? Right.
There we go. Mental Marshall into Bobby's. A little bit of tyre smoke for Phil Oliver as he sets at 3.3 seconds, 64 foot. So he's got
3.3 seconds. So he's lost almost a second.
Not quite, but he's got to find. Oh, Mental Marshall, absolutely on it. Sorry, Ben. We should probably just call you Ben, shouldn't we?
Yeah.
But Mental Marshall is on it.
Chris Dawes has got a lot to answer for.
It wasn't Chris Dawes. It's.
No, it was. I think.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll find out in a minute. They'll be posting away in the chat, telling us the history of the Mental Marshall.
Yeah.
Right, so he's hotly chased by Aaron Sharp, who's coming into view now, who is using the rumble strip as it should be used. So Mental Marshall 72.89 after the first lap, 73.82. So he's a second clear of Aaron Sharp after one lap.
Right. And then where's Phil Oliver?
Well, that's the good question, because Phil needs to
72 point. Oh no, that's speed. 74.27.
74.27. So he's behind. Yeah. This is not looking good for his championship here. I mean, he was 2.5 seconds off the pace earlier, and so Ben has done a 1:55.97. So he's locked 1.02 seconds off. Yeah, that's going to be tough.
So who's that? Is that Aaron coming through to the finish now?
Yep. So Aaron across the line. Let's wait and see what time we get.
Oh, way down. 1:57.39.
1:57. Wow. So Phil will be next across the line, and then we've got James and Nick, who will be on their first laps behind. So here's Phil into Bobby's. Definitely using the rumble strip there. I'm just going to put that out there. Papa Pa up from Rise.
57.76. So Phil stays in fourth place.
Yeah.
Not good enough for his championship hopes.
Well, he needs to find 2 seconds in the final run. I mean, Nick's had a bad day, but I think he might have a nice finish. In fact, here he comes towards us, I think. Or is it? No, it's James. It's James Herford. Using all the rumble strips that even Castle Combe didn't know existed. So he's done a 74.79 on his first lap. Do you know what? That's not far off the Class A record, I reckon. If you look at Phil's finishing time versus his intermediate, I think it's a 1:57 for the Class A record.
Is it?
Yeah. Here's Nick.
What's Nick done?
72.43. Oh, I can't remember what.
He's gone in for that.
Yeah.
He wants that class win, doesn't
He wants to win with a win.
Yeah.
He wants to go out, championship win, event win, boom, mic drop.
Sun's straight into Old Paddock at the moment.
So, what happened to Papa Pa?
He's coming.
You've got Hugh Bowen going up A from Rise. But Papa Pa should have been after Nick
There's
Angrave.
3 Bobbies now, or is that Nick?
Is he that far behind, was he? Yeah, okay. Alright, he was...
there's 2 gone.
yeah, they just let him off a lot later. Oh yeah, he was nearly a minute behind. That explains it. Lots of curb there.
31. So Nick, 1:55.15.
55.15.
So that's
There we
put
go.
him in first place.
I better watch out for Mental Marshall, because that ain't going to go down
He's
well.
going to burn the place down.
Yeah, that's what the comments say. Do you know they called him Mental Marshall because he's mental? Did you know that?
Is that right?
Yeah, yeah. So that's
He'll be looking for an alibi.
informative information from Throw Rocks at Rosie, and I would strongly recommend you don't.
throw rocks at Rosie.
Yeah, apparently so. Yeah. So, in all the excitement, we didn't call out James Herford doing a 1:59.82 in his Class A car. So that's got him up into 5th place. Rob Fisher just testing the rumble strip still there. We can confirm it is. Papa Par on a 1:60.01. That's 200ths off of what he was aiming for, I reckon.
But it is, a second quicker than his previous.
It is a second. And a 100th.
And 100th, yeah.
Yeah. That's a double win, really.
It's better.
Yeah.
This is
So that's
Hugh.
Hugh. Yep. Hugh Bowen. He's in a proper little ding dong with Rob Fisher. Is he going to leapfrog him? They're 2/10 apart on the intermediate. So 1:62.15. Yes. Hugh has jumped ahead of Rob. Can Rob bounce back? He was 2300ths behind after the first lap. Can he go 2400ths quicker on the second? I love the fact we're always talking in hundredths for this.
No, he can't.
No, what happened there? 1:65.16. Something went wrong there for Rob.
Oh, 1:6.
Yeah,
16,
he's
yeah.
lost 3 seconds.
What's he done now?
Maybe he did a Chris Jones.
We were so busy watching times, I didn't see it.
Anyway, we've got Ben Bonfield back on now, who's done a 61.43 opener. Let's see where he can finish up after this. And he might well be... Is he going to be the last runner? I think he might be the last runner before we do it all over again.
Well, the cars are lined up, so they're obviously confident that we can get through them. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's been finished then.
that is that.
So we have 6 o'clock curfew. Is that right?
I believe it is a 6 o'clock curfew, but you know, we've run up to 5:59 before now. And I can tell you now it starts getting dark.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean they will be looking directly into the sunlight as they come down Hammerdown. You can see from our cameras that it's going to be pretty tricky.
Yeah. Old paddock is staring right in the sun.
So overall then, Pete Goulding is the fastest today so far on the 1:18.94, but it's pretty close because there's only 1700ths between him and Chris Jones. So if Chris can avoid getting balked and going backwards, then we're in a chance of quite a close race for the overall win today. Steve Broughton.
Steve Broughton's there at 1:19.38 as well.
Yeah. Yeah, so we've got what, 4/10, give or take, covering the whole lot. And Rebecca Chalice is off on her final run of the day. She's guaranteed a win on account of she's just battling herself today. She's also guaranteed a class record on account of going faster than anyone else ever has done.
Yeah.
Which I think is the only criteria for a class win.
Yeah. Really fastest on the day.
Sorry, class record even. Yeah. Andy Thompson, the championship coordinator for the MX5 Challenge, has been
doing some maths.
He's just been commenting on Mental Marshall, saying he's super quick through camp. True story. He had more tyre squeal than anyone else through camp.
He did, yeah.
Fact. So coming past us now then, that's David Bisp in the MGZR. He's on to his second lap, as is Andrew Till in his Fiesta ST line and Rebecca Chalice in the MGZR 105. So Rebecca earlier did a new class record of a 182.88. Can she take that further out of reach of other juniors, including the one to my right? My goodness, she can. 177.69.
Wow.
That's
Down from a what? A one.
Stop
What did
asking
she do earlier
difficult
today?
questions.
She was in the 180s, wasn't she?
The record this morning, when we all woke up, was 184.79. The record she set earlier today was a 182.88. The record as it stands now is a 177.69.
So she's done 5-second improvement. That's amazing.
That is
That is-
absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, that is good progression, isn't it, for anyone?
Yeah. The only question now is Rebecca Chalice a Bristol Motor Club member? Because if she is, I reckon she's just won the Best Bristol Award
Oh, really?
for the Great Western. I mean,
Oh, wow.
it stands to reason, doesn't it? I mean, her bogey time is a 187.84 as it stands, and she's gone 10 seconds under it. So, you know, she might win the entire championship off the back of a single result.
Oh dear.
That would be something.
Yeah. So I now have two people that are going to be able to have an assault on that record in the next couple of years in this room. Oh, no, they're not so bothered. All right.
Do we talk about cars in this?
Do we talk about cars?
About that?
Oh, about
smart cars?
about smart roadsters?
Yeah.
No, we probably don't.
Okay.
But if anyone wants a smart roadster that's ideal for the junior with a fresh engine, just give me a couple of months until the engine's refreshed. So Andrew Till's finished in a 167.08, which is 100th slower than his previous time. That probably gives Julian Rinaldi the win in that class.
He was leading, wasn't he?
He was leading, and Paul Prance would have to find a lot of time to match that.
Who's that out now? Is that Mark Tooth?
That's Mark just passing us now. There he is on screen. So Mark is currently second on a 162.36. And Julian Rinaldi's finished in a 162.73, so he's made an incredible leap. In fact, that A1 time is, well, it's good enough for third place in A2. That's fantastic. Wow. Paul Prance will be next to finish. He did an 82.69 on his first split, which I think will confirm. Yeah, he's just finished and on 177.13, so he has improved. So the winner of Class A1, Julian Rinaldi in his Ford Fiesta, followed by Andrew Till in his similar Fiesta. That's an ST line one, and Paul Prance in third place in his MGZR. So moving on to the A2 cars then. So Mark has gone ever so slightly slower on his final timed run, 0.3 slower. But David Bisp is 6 seconds faster. Rumble strips there.
Is that a Fiat Spider?
That was an Abarth 124 Spider of Hugh Elliott. Yeah, he's done a 73.84 intermediate. So he's a double driver for Class A3. No, he did a 156.41 earlier. So he might be going a bit quicker this time.
Chris Wells.
Yeah, we're watching Chris Wells there, aren't we? Who's this? This is Donald Gay in the MR2. He's done a 77.86 first lap. So that's quite close with Christopher Wells on a 77.97. So we'll see how that plays out in the next minute. Hugh Elliott has finished in a 156.99, which I think is a little bit slower. It is. It's half a second slower than he went earlier. So no improvement there. Remains in 5th position. Andrew Feekins is also on track in the Clio 172. And David Feekins has just left the line his Clio 182. So Christopher Wells 166.66, which is 1 solitary hundredth faster than he went earlier.
Oh, well, it's going in the right direction.
Unfortunately, that's the end of the line. So 4th place for Christopher Wells, which unless Donald Gay can find a lot of time to beat Claire Tooth or Mark Tooth, and he can't, with a 167.22, that answers the question of who's going to be where in A2. Whilst Claire Tooth hasn't done her run yet, she's still strapping into the car in the pit lane, we can see. She has won the class today on a 159.69, which could be bettered. Mark Tooth second on a 162.66. Donald Gay on a 167.22. Christopher Wells on a 166.66. And David Bisp on a 168.96. Nick Angrave, unfortunately, a retirement this morning after his little chat with the tyre wall. So, A3. Andrew and David Feekins both on track at the moment. I think this is David Feekins coming towards us at camp. It is indeed. So he's done an 81.49 on his first lap. Andrew has done a 74.85. And there's so many in this class, it's really hard to find. So he's there or thereabouts with his existing best of a 161.01.
Just to interrupt, we got a car down at S's off the track, but
oh, so we have. Yeah, and that's the Clio 197 of Gareth Monk. Oh, and it's just come up as well. So a mechanical there, probably. Unless, of course, he's outbraked himself, gone through the chicane and not sure whether to rejoin the track or not.
I don't know.
But I think, seeing as the marshal stood next to him, he'd probably be gone by now if he was able to.
There it is. Recovery turning up. Recovery? No. Well, yeah. Looks like they're going to just drag him.
Cool, we are back going then. Gareth Monk's been recovered. And coming into camp we have Jeff Bryant in the Mini. He's done a 77.1 on the first lap. Sorry, 77.71. So Jeff is currently 11th on a 166.88. Could be quicker. Claire Tooth is also on track. Here she comes past me, scaring all the birds out the way. There we go, they're all gone. She's done a 73.99 on her first lap. She has already won the class. She's just out here to celebrate and show us how fast she can go. She heads through Quarry Corner there and down the Farm Straight. So she did a 1:59.69 a couple of hours ago. Let's see what she can achieve this time. Past me here comes Martin Saunders in the Clio RS200. He's done a 78.59 on the first lap. He's currently 10th in class on a 166.79. So if he can find a second and a half, he'll find a place. Knocking out Chairman Matt Nichols.
Is that Matt just leaving the line now?
It is indeed, yeah. So Jeff Bryant finished in a 166.84, which was 400ths quicker. 400ths, good number. And unfortunately that wasn't quite enough. He needed another 500ths to leapfrog Martin Saunders. Claire Tooth has finished her victory lap and has sauntered round to a 160.81. So her previous time run stands as a 1:59.69. So back to the A3 runners then. Martin Saunders has finished in a 168.94, which means Jeff Bryant really did want that extra 500ths to go up into 10th place. Tony Lannon and Matt Parr are on track now. There is Matt.
Is that Matt heading down into Quarry now?
It is indeed. And another Matt across the start finish line. So Matt Nichols did a 78.69 in his first lap, which is slightly slower than Martin Saunders managed. So I wonder if he's not going to go as quickly as he did previously. He's done a 165.42 and he's in a bit of no man's land there because people behind him are probably not going to overtake, and he's got 4 seconds to find to catch Andrew Feekins. Here comes Matt Parr, interviewed by us.
Oh, a lot of tile squeal.
Yeah, second only to Mental Marshall. He's done a 66.68. That's an opener. Matt Nichols just crossing the line now. Let's see what time comes through for him. He's in 9th place at the moment. 167.82, no improvement, remains 9th. So Tony Lannon's going to be next to finish. He's in the modified cars, so he will be the first finisher in the C2 modified cars class. It's up to 1800cc modified cars. He has finished in a 1:58.77, which is slightly slower than his earlier time of a 1:57.38, so he remains in second place. That probably seals it for John Lannon. The next one we're going to see is Matt Parr finish. Now he did a 1:43.73 earlier, and I'm going to put money on him going quicker.
You'd think.
I can see him there, but I can't see his time. 1:42.61, which brings the class record down by another second. That's incredible. 1:42.61. I think he's unlikely to be beaten. He is 9 seconds clear of Trevor Hartland in second place. That's quite incredible.
That is, yeah. It's a well sorted car, that, isn't it?
It's a well sorted driver.
And driver, yes. A good combination. Built by another Bristol Motor Club member, Marcus Rainbow.
Yes, it was indeed.
RD Motorworks,
Yeah,
who I think has built a number of other class-winning cars.
yeah.
Um,
And he's currently selling his 1100 horsepower Audi R8,
yes.
as you do. I can't even comprehend how fast that is. I've never driven anything with much more than half that power.
But probably a lot less than half the weight, though.
Well, yeah. Unfortunately, what that does mean is a long wait for the next person to finish after Matt's quick run. Mary Elliott then finishes in a 1:65.09, which is back with what she did in her first timed run. So a mistake there on lap 2, perhaps. So out on track at the moment, we've got Michael Wells. He's done a 79.47 on his opening lap in his MX-5. He's currently in 14th position. And he's done a 1:70.79, which is again back with what he did in his first timed run. So no improvement there, remains 14th. Andrew Feekins has, I don't know where that's come from, frankly. That's incredible. He's gone from a 161 to a 154.
What?
Yeah, that's what I said. So he's gone from 9th place to 4th.
So
I mean, that is gonna. He's got such a big grin. He won't be able to get out of the car. His helmet will be stuck on.
sure. Did he have a problem on both of his runs, maybe?
He's
Or do you
just
think
got
he's
progressively faster.
Yeah.
26 seconds faster, in fact, over the course of the day. I mean, admittedly, it was raining this morning, but still. So next over the line will be Paul Wintle in his GR Yaris. Paul's currently 16th. He managed a 180.92 on his last run, but he's had a bit of a difficult day. He overshot first thing at Bobby's, didn't he?
Yeah.
So hopefully he'll make a reasonable improvement. His second time run was considerably quicker relative to his practice run compared to other people. So he may make a good improvement. He's done an 83.08 on his first lap. See where this comes out. It is a 177.76, which is an improvement but not enough to jump up the leaderboard. David Feekins also finishes in his Clio 182 in a 169.88, which is a good improvement for him, and unfortunately not quite enough to jump in front of Michael Wells. He remains in 15th position. Stephen Adams finishes in his 986 Boxster in a 155.75. That is not quite as fast as he managed in his last run. He remains in 5th position. That was Martin Cowley, just shot past us there in his Ford Focus.
Oh, lots of tyre smoke. Little lock-up going into quarry there.
There's me wondering why I can't see him. I'm looking at A3 times, not C3. That'd be helpful.
I think we might have another bulk in here.
Oh yes, we have a road car being chased by a class leading modified car.
So quickly.
Right, it's borderline, isn't it?
Yeah, we're not going to see that, are we?
Depends how well he's done as to whether he's going to ask for a rerun, doesn't it?
Well, I think he'll be alright because he was on his.
Holy moly! He'll be happy. He's not going to ask for a rerun. He's just found 7 seconds. He got a toe there. There'll be a protest about that. Blimey, 138.03, which puts him over a second clear of Nicholas Olsen in the Lotus Esprit.
Well,
so there's absolutely potential in that car. What can Nicholas Olsen do in return? So Dave Broadway off the line there in the Ionic. That thing's so rapid. I mean, that's going up even rise quicker than the MX-5s are on a flying lap, I reckon. That's incredible.
what was his start time?
Tomorrow.
My times aren't working.
What was his launch time? Launch time was 2:35, which is the same as Trevor Hartland in the GR Yaris. He's finished in a 156.17, which is a fair bit slow. It's the slowest he's been since it was wet this morning, so I don't know what happened there. Alex Handley's also finished in a 156.22. Too many classes, too many buttons to press. Yeah, that is a good improvement for him, but not enough to catch Phil James in the Cayman. So here's Dave Broadway squealing past us. It's interesting, I don't think it's any quicker on the second lap than it was on the first.
Oh really?
Yeah. So he's followed by Matt Keane and those two are battling it out for the class win today. Matt's had the upper hand all day, but this is Dave's first go. Oh, that's not going to help. Massive bit of opposite lock there coming through camp, and that's going to multiply down the straight there. That would have cost him time on the exit. That's definitely going to be a problem there. But he's done a 67.15 opening lap, and Dave Broadway has done a 67.72. So he's got 6/10 in hand after the first lap. So let's see how that pans out at the end. Is Dave Broadway going to snatch the lead? No, he's not. He's gone slower. So Dave Broadway into second place, remains in second place. Oh, that car's dancing, isn't it? Matt Keen's really driving it well. There we go, over the line. What's the time? Has he gone quicker? 1:43.17. Wow. Well, I think Dave Broadway's been quicker before.
So 1:43.17. That's enough for a class. Well, leading the class at the moment then in A4.
Yeah, I mean, he was leading and he's lopped a second off, so he's going really well. So we're into the specialist road cars now. Patrick Holmes just passed us here. And coming towards us now, this looks like Adrian Clements. I mean, that sounds bike engine, doesn't it? I don't actually know, but the revs are very, very high. Paul Harvey. Paul's battling with Adrian Clements for the B3 class, which is the unlimited specialist production class. Paul's currently on a 155.96. and Adrian is on a 148.88. Patrick Holmes finishes in a 151.09. Which is not an improvement, but I think it's still going to give him the win. We haven't seen Graham Holdstock come to the line. This is the Ford Puma of Darrell Morgan. So Adrian Clements manages a 150 dead. That's not as fast as he went earlier. And Paul Harvey a 155.25, which is an improvement. So they remain first and second in class. I haven't heard Gary Dawkins leave the line there. Has he decided not to bother for the final run? Did he not get the memo about a third run? There's Daryl Morgan again. He's on a 76.3 for his intermediate time there. He's currently sitting in third place behind Tony Lannon. Now he's got a bit of a mountain to climb to get in front of him, I think. However, Nigel Smith, who's right there, he's in a better position to improve. So he's currently in 5th place, but he had a fail last run, and he's obviously fixed whatever mechanical issue that was. So his last time was in the damp. So Nigel's done a 77.74, which is a little bit off of Daryl's time on that last run. Daryl finishes in a 163.66, which is an improvement, but he remains in 3rd place. Is that enough to stay ahead of Nigel and of course Neil Locke? There's Alison Locke into Quarry. Dave Mockford leads the line in his MG Maestro. So John Lannon finishes in a 152.04. That is not quite as quick as he went in the last run, but he remains solidly in the lead. Nigel Smith was unable to catch Neil Locke or Darren Morgan, but he did improve with a 167.07. My goodness, that's quick, isn't it? Alison Locke in the Evo.
Yeah.
So we haven't seen Neil Locke come back. So I don't know if he's also not going to have a rerun or final run.
I haven't seen the Elise, the Esprit out.
No, which considering he's just lost the class lead. Oh, mind you, we've only seen the double driven car there, and only one of the double driven cars so far. That class is out on track at the moment. Shall we
Oh, sorry.
here we go, this is Rupert Ryle in the Subaru Impreza. He's done a 73.09 opening lap. So he's on a 153.77 at the moment, and he's chasing down Stuart Rothwell, who's on a 150.12. So Alison Locke finishes in a 160.06, which is slower than she managed earlier. So Dave Mockford has a best of a 162.59 today. He needs to find at least 2 seconds to find another space, and he can't. He's gone 5 seconds slower. That's a puzzler.
Something's gone wrong there, hasn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't add up, does it? And off the line there is Tony Feekins in the 205 GTI. He'll be chased by another 205, the Maxi of Stuart Rothwell. Rupert Ryle finishes in a 1:57.46. Again, a fair bit slower. I wonder if the temperature's dropping off with the sunlight.
I was wondering whether that would happen as we get towards the end of the day.
Yeah. Yeah, it was good conditions on the last run, wasn't it? And I wonder if this is just taking the tyres out of their temperature window. So Rupert Ryle remains in 5th place for now. There's still more cars on track. Simon Pollock, for example, in the MR2, which is not a replica, it really is an MR2.
Yeah, a genuine one.
Genuine MR2.
Not a rebadged Ferrari.
He's done a 74.09 first lap, and Tony Feekins has done a 72.57. So comparatively, Tony Feekins might be looking pretty good to improve here. He needs 51 hundredths to jump in front of Alison Locke. Simon Pollock needs a few seconds to improve. That's Stuart Rothwell in the 205 Maxi. He's going to need to find a fair bit of time to beat his double driver Steve Baxter. And that 70.54 opening lap is probably a good start. And Geoffrey Kershaw's off the line as well. He had a shaky start, but he put a good time in on the last run, a good banker. We know the car can go quickly. It's a 1:38.03 at the top of the times at the moment, so Geoffrey Kershaw here could be the upset in the class. So Simon Pollock a 1:59.88, again a little slower. Tony Feekins a 1:55.68, 400 slower than he went last time out. Stuart Rothwell 1:50.57, which is 4/10 slower than he went last time out, remains in 4th. Let's see where Geoffrey Kershaw ends up. Here he is coming past us here. God, you can hear it coming on boost, can't you? Absolutely crazy. Look at that thing sliding into folly. And over Avon Rise. Here comes Simon Clemo, using all of the road. So this is going to be the battle to watch. He's gone out first this time because Dave went out first last time. There's a whole 4/10 in it between him and Dave, which is unheard of, frankly. Now the big question is,
has Simon got his watch on?
Has he got his watch on? If he's taken his watch off, which I bet he has.
Being chased by Michael Bardo.
Yeah, but they're both slower on the outlaps here. 60.23 and 61.33, which I think probably means they're a little bit off the pace of what they managed earlier. Jeffrey Kershaw, 153.82. He moves up to 6th place. Only 500 shy of Rupert Ryle. Oh, that's that could have been a little better, so much easier. So Simon Clemo finishes in a 129.69.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, 2 seconds slower. So let's see what Michael Bartlett does. This will be the telling time. So 129.16. No, hold on. 130.84 again. Couple of seconds slower. So the track's gone off, hasn't it? By looks of things.
Judging by that. And we've got the MX-5s coming around into the assembly area.
Yeah, Mental Marshal ahoy. This is your 5-minute warning for Mental Marshal. Oh, hold on. Jeffrey Kershaw has been awarded a fail retrospectively, and that's dropped him back down from 6th position into 9th again. So he's triple failed today.
3 fails.
Triple fail. I wonder.
4 wheels off.
He's either going 4 wheels off somewhere, or he's taking the wrong chicane.
He's taking the that's 4
Which
wheels
could
off
explain.
as well.
Yeah, it could explain a lot if he's going through the tyres at the chicane every time.
Well, you never know.
Ah, that's been an interesting day for him then.
Unusual, isn't it?
So we still haven't seen the other C3 cars, including the person who was dominating the class right until he got beaten. Saved by the bell. So what have we got that needs recovery on track? Looks like Paul Davis in the Radical. I don't know where. So it looks like he needs a tow back in. If they're sending the tow car out, then that probably means he's just pulled up at the side of the road and just needs a tow back in. Yeah, looks like he's pulled off at Quarry. And as that will be a fail, then it would take a 30-second improvement for Kevin Cole to knock Dave Greenslade off the top. So Dave gets a nice little victory lap. We don't know whether he'll wave as he goes past, but if he does, do wave back.
He sometimes doesn't bother.
That is that is also true.
He's sort of
don't want to put the wear on the engine.
Why put the wear on the engine for just driving around Combe?
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens.
Doesn't need to do it.
But it doesn't look like they're. I think he's in the car, isn't he? So I think he is going for it. It may be that they haven't checked the times and they don't know yet. Well, I guess we will find out shortly. So we've just got the fastest cars in the country to get through, and then we can really get down to the action in the MX-5 Challenge.
That's what everyone wants to see.
Can Mental Marshal do it? That is the question.
Not at all partisan here.
No. he needs to find 83 hundredths, and there's the answer to the question: is Dave Greenslade going for it? Yes, yes, he is.
Who's on the line now then? Who are we seeing?
Martin Dover is queued up.
Oh, somebody is parked.
No, I think the camera's stopped there.
The camera stopped.
Yep. Boom.
My OBS has crashed.
Yeah, so 83 hundredths and no improvement from Nick is what Ben needs. Phil Oliver, if he wants to be champion, he needs Ben to find that 83 hundredths, and Phil also needs to find 3 seconds.
And he also needs Aaron.
Oh yeah, yeah, and he also needs Aaron to find 2.5 seconds. I think it's looking a tall order, so what started out as a pretty terrible day for Nick might end up having a silver lining.
Yes. Oh, there is somebody being towed round.
Yep, Paul Davis. And that is Martin Dover on the start line in the Civic Type R. For a moment there, I thought Michael Bartlett was going to have a second time run.
Yeah.
Oh, is that Percy Pigs there? Nice.
Oh.
Well, your camera operator skills will be second to none, I reckon.
The average age of the the average age of the team has gone down considerably. And the sugar content has gone up considerably.
So, Mike, would you like a Percy Pig?
Percy Pig, I'll try one. I'll try a Percy Pig.
They're mini Percy Pigs.
Percy Pigs, are they?
So, really, you have to take 2 because then you get a whole Percy Pig.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Apparently the ratio is better in a mini recipe.
Then you want to be.
Anyway,
Vegans. Vegan Percy Pigs.
vegan Percy Pigs. Who knew that you could eat pigs and it'd be vegan?
Wow.
Anyway, Martin Dover into quarry.
Before Speed on String get cancelled.
And Steve Baxter off the line. So Steve's currently in 3rd place. He looks pretty comfortable to retain that 3rd. And it looks pretty tough for him to jump ahead of Nicholas Olsen, who I can only assume has gone home. And when he gets home and looks at the timing screens, he might be slightly disappointed with that decision. And that is the sound of Dave Greenslade.
His victory lap.
Just showing everyone how fast he could have gone had it been necessary. Don't think Martin Dover's got much chance of chasing him down, but I'm sure he'll give it a good go. And then coming towards us here is Steve Baxter. He's done a 68.67 opening lap. I think in future we might need a look-up table for what an intermediate look. That is the orange helmet of Dave Greenslade flying down through Folly. goes into quarry corner. Oh, he takes a very wide line in. That is not the normal line for a sports racer. Or anyone, really.
Do you think that was a mistake, or do you think that's a Dave line? That's the question.
Well, Dave tends to be metronomic, so probably intentional. I wonder if that line just works for him then. Well, it clearly does. He's won.
Yeah.
And we'll find out what time he's done. But before that, Martin Dover has won his class because he's a class of 1. But he's gone a little slower at the 160.55 this time. Steve Baxter in the 205 remains in 3rd place, but he is the first person for a while to improve.
Oh, really?
So he's gone 2/10 quicker. Dave Greenslade was obviously just messing with us with that line and waved to us on the way round. A 1:37.48.
A 1:37. Right.
I bet he wasn't even looking. He was probably on his phone. Hold on, let me check me WhatsApps.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
Hey Mike, I'm on the telly. Better not call me Simon.
Yeah, that's the answer to the question, isn't it? Dave's mechanical sympathy there.
Absolutely. So Tony Bomfield is on his 2nd lap. He's followed there by Carol Torkington. She's done a 64.53 opener, which I think is a little bit off her best there. I think she was in the 62s last time. So she managed a 1:33.30. There's Tony just crossing the line. He managed a 1:40.28 last time around. And he's done a 1:41.71, so again a little slower. Nicholas Scott just passed us. He managed a 72.38 opening lap. He and Carol are battling it out for 2nd and 3rd. Carol has not gone quicker.
Very tight line through quarry.
Is that Steve Broughton? Yeah. So Class E2 looks pretty much sealed. There's no way that Nicholas Scott is going to find 30 seconds to beat Steve Broughton, and Carol Torkington has finished, so I think we're reasonably assured on the outcome there. Let's see how Steve looks as he heads down our way. In fact, Nicholas Scott has just finished and he's going to get passed here by Steve Broughton, who is absolutely flying. That's incredible.
Let's just watch his line coming into quarry.
He's done a 55.54 opening lap there. Yeah, single seater line that is.
Yeah.
Straight for the apex. Means you can brake in a straight line.
Yeah.
Carry more speed over the rise.
So ignoring the traffic lights, not aiming at the traffic lights like everyone else.
Apparently so. Chris Jones there makes it without spinning for the 2nd time in a row. Which means he'll probably be really, really fast this time.
Yeah.
So Steve Broughton.
Steve was much tighter around there than
Yeah.
Chris.
I missed that. I wasn't looking that time. So Steve Broughton has finished, and his time should pop up any second. He managed a 1:19.38 last time, 1:19.87, so he's really quite close to his previous time. Chris Jones was on a 1:19.11. Now, he's been the second fastest overall. He's just finished. Can he find 1700ths to be the fastest today? No, he cannot. 21 hundredths slower. 1:19.32. So Chris Montgomery Smith obviously fixed whatever problem he had earlier, because he's heading into camp right now. He's currently leading Class E3 because he's the only one in it, and he's 5th overall. He managed a 1:25.12 in less than optimal conditions earlier. So can he go quicker this time? He needs to find a 2.5 to beat Steve Miles, but he needs to find about 6 seconds to trouble the top 3. And Mental Marshall is on track.
Oh, a lot of tyre squeal.
That can only mean one thing. Mental Marshall is squealing past. He's had a few Percy Pigs. So Ben Marshall 73.15 for his open lap. How's that going to play out? Before that, we're going to have Phil Montgomery Smith deliver his final attempt. Aaron Sharp there, going over Avon Rise, just clipping the dust. Phil Montgomery Smith a 1:46.66. So he either rolled over the finish line, coasted, I should say,
Yeah.
or he's been backwards at some point there.
Right. Oh, Ben.
Mental Marshall then.
Everything into bobbies.
So he did a 1:55.97 earlier. He needs to beat a 1:55.15. It's a 1:55.80.
Oh.
So he's gone quicker, but not quick enough. Second place to Mental Marshall. So Aaron Sharp, Phil Oliver and James Herford are all on track at the moment.
Just coming past.
That's Aaron passing us there. You can tell from the sound of the rumble strip.
Yes, it's just crashed.
Okay, so 73.29 opening lap for Aaron Sharp, which is on a par with Ben Marshall, and a 74.23 for Phil Oliver, which I think means he's not going to win today, and a 74.67 from James Herford, which I think means he might do quite well. There is James, heading up Avon Rise. And into Quarry Corner, taking a traffic light line. I'd expect nothing less. Aaron Sharp, 155.90. He's going to be absolutely frustrated. 1/10 behind Mental Marshall.
Oh, what's that? Puts him third, is it?
Third place, yeah. So Phil Oliver, can he find? Well, he was a second down on Aaron after one lap. I don't think he can find a second on top of Aaron.
No.
No, it's a 158.17. He's slightly slower. So he remains in fourth place, which I think means Nick Angrave is our 2024 Bristol MX5 Challenge winner. And he's probably going to finish it off with a win here as well. He's on track now and he's going to be heading towards us any second. James Herford, a 160.55, slightly slower than he went earlier. There's Papa Pa heading into Old Paddock. And Nick Angrave coming towards us now. He's done a 72.62 opening lap, which is significantly quicker than Ben Marshall managed. I think we might see a 154 here. There's Papa Pa going past us, Chris Pa. He managed a 160.01, so I'm going to hazard a guess he wants at least 200s.
Yeah.
He's got a good starter though. He's done a 73.92 on his opening lap, which suggests, given that that's a good 2/3 of a second quicker than James Herford, that he might well be looking for a 159 off the back of this one. What's Nick going to get?
I'll read it on.
155.64, no improvement. Ben's final lap must have been absolutely stonking to do that. So Nick Angrave then, it looks like the winner. We're waiting for Papa Pa, Hugh Bowen and Rob Fisher. Rob Fisher's come. Oh no, that's Nick Angrave.
That's Rob going around Quarry, isn't it?
Yeah, thank you. Then my timing has stopped because I still don't have the interval for him. Chris Pa, 159.07. He's just ruined James Herford's day, so that's going to be fun at the pub later. And that is the sound of Ben Bonfield, who I think is going to be our last runner for the day.
Is it? Oh, yeah, there's nobody else in there.
Yeah. Hugh Bowen, good improvement, 160.13. So ended up just a couple of tenths behind James Herford. What can Rob Fisher do? So, Rob Fisher. Is he? Hold on. Oh, he hasn't done it. Ah, right, sorry, I'm with you now. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. He is on his first lap. Brilliant. Okay, so he's done a 76.51 first lap. There he is, off over Avon Rise. Ben Bonfield through Camp Corner. So Ben is currently second in class. He's done a 60.72 opening lap. He's on a 132.48 so far today. So let's see where this finishes up. So start line's already packing away. They want to make a quick exit. Where is Rob Fisher going to end up? Well, I can see him. He's just finished. Where's the time? It's a 1:62.88. I think he'll be happy with that. That's a good improvement there. Although actually, no, I tell a lie. He'll be unhappy with that. He went quicker in the first timed run.
Oh, really?
All right. Sorry, Rob. And Ben Bomfield finishes in a 1:32.59, which is 1100 slower than he went last time out. So that concludes our day of competition. We've seen a few class records, a lot of talk about Mental Marshall.
Yes. At least one championship, 2 championships decided.
Yep, I will get back to you on the Bristol
fine.
Speed Championship because the spreadsheet needs to work it out.
Yes. So currently Matt Parr looking at the top of the Speed Championship. He was.
So I can tell you where everyone was. So Matt Parr was leading on, where are we? 80.31 points coming into this event, which means, so 20 points is you've hit your bogey, and there's 4 rounds to count. So after 80 points, he's hit his bogey at every round. He's scored the most points at the Dick Mayo Sprint here earlier in the year, and at both Wiscombe rounds this year. So he's looking really strong. I think he would have scored either the best or nearly the best, because only one person smashed their record by a bigger amount. So he'll be looking at, I think, I feel pretty safe in calling Matt Parr the Bristol Speed Champion, but I did once call the wrong British Sprint Champion. Sat right here, and you know, I make the same mistake more than once. I'm good at that. So on that note, I guess we are kind of done. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. That's quite a nice little picture to finish on, isn't it?
Yeah.
The sunset's behind us, and we've got to go and rip all the cameras down.
That one there. Yeah, thanks for tuning in, and if you haven't already, please like and subscribe.
Oh yeah, like and
share,
subscribe,
because it really helps us to carry on putting on these streams.
Yeah, there we go. There's the subscribe thing. We want to see subscribers going through the roof. I can look at the stats for that here, actually. I'm not going to. Anyway, thank you for listening and watching, and maybe if you turned off us talking for just watching. Till next time. Well, goodbye.
Motorsport UK TV, the home of unmissable British motorsport video. Bringing you all the action from the British Championships. Taking you behind the scenes. Giving you top tips to succeed in every discipline. Showcasing the best equipment. And much, much more. Visit motorsportuk.tv today and make sure you never miss a moment.